this thing on? Hello? Hey, what's everybody up? It's hump day! It's hump day! Yeah! Woo! That's right, everybody. Hello. How you doing? Good to see you all. Wait. This is different music. What is this? What are we doing? Why is it starting off like this? I don't think it is. It's a little too calm for me for this lovely Wednesday. It's like a very peaceful song. Hold on. You guys even hear that? Here we go. All right, it's a little bit better. That's a little more fun. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How you doing? I can't see chat. Just realizing. Probably a little bit too late. Good to see you, though. I mean, I can't see you, but good to think I'm seeing you. Pretend like I see you. Hi. How y'all doing? Having yourselves a good week? Looking forward to some good space news. Some lovely space discussion. We got a good we got some good stuff planned for today. I was just going to jump into the game, but I want to finish off our CitizenCon coverage. There are a couple more things for us to go over that we didn't cover on Monday. Some instancing, essentially what are spaceship raids, group gameplay kind of stuff, and I think just like the new ships and the new weapons. And once we wrap things up with this coverage, we'll check out the new ships, and then we're gonna hop in game and look at them together because I think I have access to them on the PTU. So we're going to do a lot of new spaceship focus today, and I'm guessing it's probably going to be the Paladin that we focus on today, but we'll see. Technical difficulties to kick off the day. Oh no, I was joking. I wasn't actually having any problems. Always fun to pretend like I am though, because you never really know, right? Welcome in though, notification gang, Maverick. Good to see you, dude. I saw you were first in here to pop up on Twitch, but YouTube, you guys got busy real early today. Viriz, Matt Sully, Michael L, B5 Guy, Mad Socks, Wandering Mage, Valentino, Malcolm Lee, Magic. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here, nice and bright and early. I didn't even have time to have my morning pancakes before I saw you guys pop up. That's a joke. The morning was not that great. I did not have pancakes, but I did. I did just pop a Reese's peanut butter cup real quick just to give you an idea of how healthy my diet was this morning. It gave me the energy though. That's what you're looking for, right? What have you guys been eating? Anybody have oatmeal this morning? Pancakes, eggs, bacon, the oats. 432 is going to live soon-ish. By soonish, PK, do you mean soonish as in hours or soonish as in days? Definitely this week, yeah. This is a nice song, dude. So Mrs. Tomato threw a new emote on the Twitch chat, just in case you guys didn't notice. We had a garden gathering over the weekend. In fact, let me see if I can... Let me pull up the pictures from that, because that was a good time. You guys saw the beginning of that. Obviously, the live stream was like us. Oh, you know what? I just realized it's all on Space Tomatoes account. But yeah, we had a little get together over the weekend. And I did my sorority pose, you know? When you know the classic sorority pose, knees, hands on the knees, a little bit of a squat, pop that booty. You've all seen it. And of course Mrs. Tomato captured that wonderful moment, immortalized it. I am now trying to figure out where... I don't think I have those pictures on my account. But you guys will see it eventually. I'll pull it up at some point. But that's a new emote. Yippee. And yeah, everybody in our org is really freaking tall. Okay? I know that I'm just like half a body to most of you guys. But I got a decent amount of height to me. I think I've got at least 160 inches. 160. No, way more than no. I've got 160 inches is too much. I was thinking 60. I got at least 72 inches of length in my body from toe to head. And then I meet these guys from the garden, these motherfucking space nerds, and they're all like 6'4" and up. I'm like, what? It reminded me of school, actually. Back in university, I hung out with a lot of tall people because I had a few friends who were playing basketball at our school. Our school was decent for basketball. So like every time I hung out with that group of friends, I was the shortest, and it was strange because I don't think of myself as being extremely tall, but I'm not short. Not that it bothers me, just like it was weird. Nonetheless, happy to meet the garden. That was a good time. I enjoyed this weekend. Did I cook anything for the shindig? No, but Mrs. Tomato did. Mrs. Tomato made some baklava for everybody who showed up. I think I got a picture of them. Let me see. Let us see.
Wait, he doesn't fit this one?
Oh, Skippy here in the background. Yeah. So she made little personal baklavas for every person. Baklava pockets, yes, for every person who showed up to the event. And they were delicious. It's like her specialty, though. I mean, besides, all food. They got that crunch. They got that sugar. They're pretty good. Abyss, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Vastin, Xander, 22, Ido, 07s, dude. Commander Scorpion, good to see you, buddy. It's Herg. It's Herg. Who's Herg? Valentino, Michael, Mad Socks, and Commander Scorpion. Hope y'all are having a good day. Deadly Pajamas. Welcome in. Nick, Mr. Nick Long, you're 5'5", being short for a guy in today's society is depressing in terms of finding a relationship. Dude, I am sorry. I have heard the ways of the people, and to be quite honest, I think it's despicable what they're doing to short people. Honestly, I think 5'5" is a great height. Good for you, man. I always felt when I was playing football or soccer, football, whatever you call it, wherever you are from, I always felt like I was, it's like a picture in my head, being as tall as I am, but trying to like run fast. I always thought of myself as a fast runner when I was younger. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna beat everybody to the ball. But then I was also like, but I'm like kind of tall and lanky. So is that weird? Is that awkward? I wanted to be a little shorter so that I felt faster. It's like that's not the, unfortunately, that's not the determining factor, but tell that to childhood me. You need to make it out to California, Zero. You're missing out on meeting you and Mrs. Tomato's cooking. Dude, there are much closer places that we could meet you. You're much closer to Turkey than you are to America. I think we could set something up during one of those times, But I'm happy to have you out in California if you want to make the flight all the way out here. It's just I've made that flight. It's not great. Short to feel fast. Interesting. It's like the freaking wind. You dive through the wind particles, You're 6'1", you have a friend of a few years who is 7'3"? It was really weird having to crane your neck up to talk to him. Dude, you had a friend who's 7'3"? Is he in the NBA? Is he doing something? Ouch on his bones? Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. I hope he's doing okay. That's really tall. That is the tallest. Ever come to Miami and I'll make the drinks for the party. We used to be. When me and Mrs. Tomato met, she would be flying into Miami. But unfortunately, bad things happen in Miami. You had a date with a woman who was 205 centimeters. You're 190 centimeters. For everybody in chat that's about this tall, if you don't know centimeters, it's actually probably a little taller than that. He's not in the NBA. He's doing IT stuff currently. Okay. All right. You can benefit from your height in IT. Yeah, he can reach the tallest cables. He can get to all the servers and things. Yeah, absolutely. 5 foot 19 inches. I always thought it was funny to say, yeah, I'm 5 foot 13. It's a little edgy. It was a little clever. Zoster, dude, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you over on Twitch. He's 24 months in, guys. Hopefully he is still living and with us. And he hasn't just died from boredom of the stream and his sub auto refreshes. If that is the case, thank you, Zoster. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream. And thanks for getting on that giveaway lane. We're still giving away a... What are we giving away? What is it right now? It's not the Avenger Titan. It's something in between the Avenger Titan and the Apollo. We're not giving away the Apollo yet. It's the Saber. Thank you. Yes, we're giving away a Saber right now. Shows how much I care about that ship. No, I actually think the Saber is one of the most interesting looking combat ships in the game. But we are giving one away. You can get in on that giveaway, exclamation point giveaway. We'll make the link pop up. There's nothing you have to do other than click a couple buttons. But y'all on Twitch, you get extra points for doing things on Twitch. So, you know, you can turn those points in if you'd like to get extra entries into the giveaway. How much AI can be in one distance, and are they smooth? Dude, I don't know what the that means. You're gonna have to extrapolate on that question a bit. You are 1.83 meters in height, and will not do the math for you. Weird units on that. That is approximately 4 to 5 footballs. Yui! Hello, welcome to the chat. A little late today, huh? Kidding. I'm kidding. We're all on time. The points are better used for other things, to be honest. Depends. Maybe sometimes you like a spaceship. How many hands? I don't know. How many hands makes up 1 foot? ...196 centimeters yourself, whatever that is in American units. The one conversion that I never really got down doing engineering stuff was the inches to centimeters. I could do meters to feet, yards to meters, meters to yards, Celsius to Fahrenheit, Fahrenheit to Celsius, miles to kilometers, hours to minutes. All the conversions, but I never got inches to centimeters. I still don't know what it is. That was just because you never use inches. You just literally never use inches when you're making something. I think maybe sometimes inches are useful.
Time is fake like birds.
Time is fake like birds, huh? Okay. That's fair. I can't say I've ever seen 2 birds in one room at the same time. Oh, there's a group of birds out there. We'll just ignore that. Yeah, I can't say... I think the only time inches were ever useful was like fasteners, screws and nails and bolts and stuff like that. You know that? Alan! Hey, man, thank you for the super chat. Starting us off nice, hot and happy on YouTube. Great Space Tomato Oracle, what the hex? Where is engineering, my dude? Gimme. You and me are in the same boat. We're sharing a paddle. We're going up the same river. The river is called engineering. And it's flowing in the wrong direction. I don't know, man. Let's see. They are on their CitizenCon bloat right now. So things are going to be quiet probably until next week. I do actually have some interesting chatter from Ali Brown talking about some Planet Tech stuff we're going to go over today, but they're quiet with news. I think probably give it a week and a half, and hopefully we'll hear something new. We can't really hear anything about engineering coming in until they get Vulkan squared away. The biggest hope we can all have is that they took Vulkan and they got what they needed from the preview channel. They've been working on it this whole time, right? How long has it been since the preview channel? That was last month. Yeah, that was September, mid-September. I think I was gone. No, actually, I don't think I was gone yet. That must have been, let's jump over to the big screen. Vulkan preview channel test. Star Citizen would have been Star Citizen. Star Citizen. This was tech preview, Vulkan and AI behavior. This is when it was announced. That was August 23rd. When did it actually happen, though? September 11th, it looks like. So right around September 10th to 11th. So they've had 4 weeks, give or take. Yeah, it looks like probably about 4 weeks since the last Vulkan API test. I think there might have been one more. But the one that everybody seems to have reported on, your boy 10 Pound over here, was, yeah, September 10th, September 9th-ish. So 4 to 5 weeks to get work done on Vulkan. Maybe they come back to us with the possibility that it's coming in 4.4. And if they get, I guess if they get it to a stable enough point, and it is indeed a blocker, that could allow for engineering to go into the tech preview, hopefully in November. You know, I mean, if they want to get crafting on there, then I'm assuming they don't want to do both crafting and engineering at the same time. So we'll see what happens. Why does Vulkan block engineering? Remind me again. It's not a given that it blocks engineering. It is just it's a theory that things like fire are requiring more graphical resources from the game, that simply the team did not make it for DX11. It's not that engineering doesn't work on DX11. The belief is that they realized there was no point in making it compatible with DX11. They make it compatible with Vulkan, but because that's the way that the game is going in the future, that's where we're headed. But then Vulkan obviously doesn't run, so it's harder to test engineering until Vulkan is stable. That's the going belief. We don't know if that's true or not, but it would explain why a lot of these features seem to be not going into testing, if they are all locked behind the fact that the future development is just all dependent on a different graphics API. Not expecting any further 4.3.2 updates as we warm up for the live environment for release later this week. Yeah, they also said on This Week in Star Citizen it's coming out live. TomatoCon. In the Tactical Strike Group's event, do you think rescuing the hostages is a version of passenger gameplay? Not quite. I think it hints at it, but I don't think it's like them introducing it or anything like that. Genesis leverages key GPU features that may not be compatible with DX11. Yeah. Yep. Locking yourself behind weird gates is just weird. I don't think so. To put into perspective, there are things that we want to do for GII, that we are planning on doing for GII to make things easier, but we are absolutely refusing to launch those things right now because we have an app in development that will make those things easier. Why would we waste time building those features in right now when we might replace them with a fully created app that will run them much more efficiently in 2 months? If I were at CIG and I was looking at the possibility of developing a feature that runs on 2 different graphics APIs, and that potentially growing the expenditures needed to develop that from, say, $5 million throughout the year to $12 million throughout the year, $8 million throughout the year, why would you not save that money and just develop on a timeline for the game's development rather than for the players who want gameplay sooner? I think development-wise, if this is the case of what's going on with their features, it makes a ton of sense to me. I would actually hate if they were wasting resources to try and make something work now when it's going to be useless in a few months. Can recall random ship from CitizenCon 2016. Can't recall giveaway ship. Let me say this. Recalling ships is my worst part of Star Citizen stuff. I don't know ship stuff as well as feature stuff.
If you join GII, you get free admission to heaven.
Really? Free admission to heaven, huh? Do they still have a ship shop up there? Otherwise, I can't go. I got a problem. Gotta keep buying ships. That's a joke, by the way. Or put gates in place that rely on those blockers so that they can be turned on with feature flags. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Put gates in place that rely on those blockers so that they can be turned on with feature flags. Rely on what blockers? Like Vulcan? Ship shoop. Instancing is ruining the game. Stopped caring. What do you... How is instancing ruining the game, man? The only place they've even put it in is hangars. Give it a minute. Like, let's see how it's applied and then we decide if it's ruining the game or not. How'd your interview with Luke go? Haven't even had a chance to watch it yet. Dude, I think it was great. I had a great time with Luke. I always have good talks with him. I think he's fairly balanced. And after this talk, especially, I think it is much more clear that like he is very much into the game and wants to see it through. But obviously when he covers the game, it's because it has found its way to his community, and unfortunately the only way this game finds its way to his community still is through drama. I think that if CIG stops giving easy, low-hanging fruit for drama, that the coverage will definitely improve. And that's really what the whole podcast is about, that we talked about. We talk about monetization. We talk about how much money it's taken, how much time it's taken, the drama, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, we both came to the conclusion that like CIG has something successful on their hands. They just need to fix the perception that they have. And maybe Squadron 42 does that. Maybe the next several updates that make the game look more playable do that. Maybe getting some basic features and do that. But like, that's the problem that they have in front of them. They've clearly got a good idea. A lot of people want it. It's headed in a fairly good direction. They're making progress. But at the end of the day, there's a ton of people who believe Star Citizen is a game, or not even a game. A lot of people believe Star Citizen is a scam or scam adjacent. That's completely unrepresentative of what it actually provides. So that's, I think, what the podcast mainly was. I would definitely suggest, like, this sounds biased, but I would suggest people give it a watch. You might be surprised at what you hear. Luke goes on the record to say that the money that CIG has raised for Star Citizen is reasonable. He just ups and says it. He also says that, well, he seems to allude to the fact that he's ready to play it whenever it reaches a good level, despite whatever the funding model might be. And a couple other things. We have, I think there's a lot of good moments in there that would surprise the people who have been watching Luke's videos and may have some idea of how he views Star Citizen versus what his true feelings are about it when you actually like talk to him about it. Exodus game is now listed on Steam with new screenshots. Oh, I wonder if they've got a little update planned soon. What's up, Dex? Do you see AI and NPCs everywhere in the game? Do they do things, fly around, work, mine, buy, sell stuff? Are locations filled with NPCs? No. You will not find NPCs doing all those things in games yet. The most that they'll do is walk around and talk to each other. They're very basic at the moment still. Honestly, paying for an orange and getting a spare tire instead sounds solid. Like, I could get a lot of oranges if I sold that spare tire. The scam angle and the bugs new players get is one of the reasons you have trouble getting any of your friends playing. Yeah. And honestly, I don't think that's a problem. Like, let's be real, anybody who is putting off trying Star Citizen is still doing themselves a favor. Now, that's not to say they won't enjoy the game. Plenty of people, this is the best game they've ever played. Potentially. Like, it just depends on what kind of person you are. But the longer you wait, the better the game is. It's like when they release the ships. The longer they take to make the ship, the better it ends up being, kind of thing. Not to say that you shouldn't play with your friends, but like, it kind of helps. Imagine if you were at the place that you were at right now, and you came across, like, I don't know. Oh, it's like Cyberpunk. That's a perfect example. A ton of people didn't play Cyberpunk when it first came out because they heard all the rumors. And the fact was, the performance worries were overblown because most of it was around the old consoles. But plenty of people didn't buy it for like new consoles for PC because they heard the rumors of how it played. They kind of missed out on some experience, but at the same time, because they waited until the what's the name of that DLC, the Phantom Liberty DLC, to come out, they got a way better experience, right? So it's like the same thing. You could, if you joined Star Citizen in 4.3, you're getting a way better experience than if you joined in 3.18. Oh my god, if you're in 3.18, you're dying. You're dead. Are you crazy? You thought he was always positive about the game, just frustrated at the apparent lack of progress. No, you're not crazy. It really depends. Like, the way people take people's videos depends on certain things, but I do think that the way his video has come off definitely doesn't give... It does not translate his overall excitement. And he even acknowledges this in the video. He literally says during the podcast, the videos that I make for Star Citizen that focus on the drama do way better than the ones that focus on the gameplay or the features. So I make them. And it's as simple as that. That's how YouTube is. YouTube will take two videos that you've done that are both really amazing, and they'll push them to your audience. And when your audience continues to go in one direction, it literally doesn't make sense to cover the other direction. That's a problem with YouTube, to be honest. And I think that's why it helps to support people independently of YouTube, because it doesn't push that kind of behavior. But I think that that's kind of, again, the problem with the perception. If his audience actually knew what Star Citizen was about, they would look for more of that stuff. And he could put out a video that explains that kind of stuff, but then they won't watch it. And then it ends up making his other videos perform less anyways. So you could argue, hey, just don't cover the game at all, drama or not drama. But the fact of the matter is, I do think that even covering the game in a negative light still gets more people into the game, because people will look at it and be like, oh, this looks good. And a million and a half people looking at a negative game is probably going to get more folks to try out Star Citizen than 250,000 people watching a positive video, in my opinion. You need a video from you summarizing Nyx Castroterra and what we should expect. I wasn't in the game for the original Levski, but I played during Port Olisar. That might be interesting to do. I think there is something that I've done. Probably last year I did like a Space Tomato 2 video about it, but yeah, maybe a summary of the next 3 star systems. You joined in 3.18 and you have been gaslit through 4.x that the game hasn't improved at all. You joined in 3.18 and you quit playing for a few months, came back for last year's IAE and have been playing ever since. 3.18 was a rough time to join. More people want to talk bad about it than see that it might actually be doing well. Yeah. Bro, it can shake you. Getting your beliefs switched around on no matter what scale it can be can shake people. That's how cults form, right? You backed in 2014, literally couldn't run the game at all. Finally got a computer that could run it in 2017. Whew. Hanger module and AC pod only. 2017. The PU launched in 2015. In 2017, we were in 2.6, so right before the launch of 3.0. Solid time to play, because honestly, after 3.0, everything kind of changed. Deadly Pajamas, still coming to terms with following this game's development for 10 years now. Bro, same. It's kind of crazy. Digit Aubrey said YouTube negativity has ruined the way people treat games they've never played. Oh yeah, brother. Or really anything. To be quite honest, I don't even think it's just YouTube. It's like, it's the internet. And I'm not saying the internet's a bad thing. Don't let me get on my soapbox here for a little bit, but for like millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, hundreds of years, whatever your belief is and how old humanity is, the majority of our period of existence, we've been kind of like siloed, you know, just paying attention to little things going on. We aren't really used to getting exposure to every single thing happening on the globe. Maybe not everything, but like all the biggest things, even little things happening on the globe that have nothing to do with anyone you've ever cared about. And I think that exposure just made it feel to everyone like they have to have an opinion about everything, and that everything's got to fit in their life in some way. And I guess it's created tribalism on the back of that. It's too easy. It's too easy to hate on things. I find that happening often. Like any little bit of a negative perception to something, as soon as you hear something else negative about that thing, it's so easy to just pile on. Be like, yeah, of course. Person's terrible. I mean, some people probably deserve that kind of thing, but yeah, it's really easy to just hear one thing about a game and run with that for years. Please do a video on NPCs and how it ties into server meshing. Make it extensive. I don't think I can do that video, to be honest. Sorry to tell you. I actually don't know how NPCs will tie into server meshing. I can only guess from what they've said. You started when Salvage started. That was 3.18, I believe. You grabbed yourself a Vulture and never looked back. This project has done nothing but impress you. Even to this day, find yourself snapping screenshots and just flying around for the fun of it. So looking forward to 1.0. Hell yeah, Colt. That's, absolutely, dude. I still take screenshots of random stuff in this game. Does nobody feel scammed, though? Yes! People absolutely do. Dude, don't get me wrong. There are things with Star Citizen that I am extremely disappointed in. There are things that they have announced with Star Citizen that I did not back the game for. But you know what? That ain't a scam, man. That's just things change. And there's like a sliding scale of how okay you are with things changing. Obviously, everybody's got their own point at which it feels scammy or feels like they're not getting what they want. But backing something, especially in software, is like you got to be willing to accept that it's not going to look exactly how you want it to look, especially because this isn't a small thing. This isn't like 100 people crowdsourced or crowdfunded something and they have to abide by what those 100 people want. There's millions of people who have bought into this. And at some point you got to be like, well, we can't match what those millions of people want. Let's just make sure we can at least launch this and make it fit the ideals we at least set out, and make it fun. What's up? All right. All right. Mrs. Tomato's going to get some lahmacun stuff. Goodbye. Have fun. We're gonna make some lahmacun for lunch, yo. Hell yeah. But you're being paid to say that? Who's paying me? Oh my god, the people who think I get paid to say things on here are not putting enough thought into your everyday activities, man. This is why you love tech in 2005. Tech was helping out back then, but now tech is dictating most people's lives. Internet used to be an escape from reality. Now reality is an escape from the internet. Hey man, I think my grandpa said that about the TV though. I'm just messing with you. Be in his name. Living up to the namesake. The master of doubt. Clearly. You backed this game when you thought it would be like Freelancer 2 or an expanded version of Wing Commander, but now you feel like it's bigger and better than even what you wanted and expected. There are a lot of people who backed a game that was supposed to be like Freelancer. And this is like an expanded version of Freelancer for sure, but it's still definitely different. And I get people being frustrated about that. I'm not saying don't be frustrated. It's just kind of expected. I mean, you guys on stream, you know I have things that I'm frustrated about with Star Citizen that I may or may not go the way that I want. The reputation changes, the spawning changes. Yeah, some of the way that physics are working with spaceflight, not ideal. Taking longer than you expected, but you look at other games' development and how long they take, and it brings you back to Earth. Dude, this game took so much longer than I expected. It's ridiculous how long it's taken. I genuinely thought we would be playing a pretty solid game by 2020. The fact that we're in 2025 and we're still looking at an alpha is exhausting, to say the least. But it's fun to play. You do get paid to say these things, just not by CIG, right? To be genuinely honest, I do not think that the amount of money that I earn from this community would be any different if I said that the game was a scam. Because it's not why people are covering, that's not why they're following my content. People are following my content because I try to make information, I try to make it fairly balanced, and I try to follow the details. That's not a flex, it's just what I've been told. And that's what I try to do. I try to just make the game more understandable, focus on the details, cover the history, and hopefully give at least somewhat balanced level of the truth. I know I've got my biases, but like the people who think that I'm covering this game because CIG wants it are actually insane.
You rock.
You know that? SpaceX with Starship or CIG with SC? Who will win? What? I don't even know what the goals of Starship are. Wish you would say how you feel about the game outright. I mean, if you think that I haven't, then you're not going to believe when I do, because I do. Some people find it impossible to believe that someone thinks differently than them, so anyone that doesn't is a paid shill or scam or some kind of conspiracy. It's not a scam for streamers who make money streaming SC, but could be for those who have spent thousands of dollars or more for more than a decade. There are more than just those two groups, for starters. To be genuinely honest, I think people who don't make money from streaming focus more on making money from streaming than people who do. Most streamers, I would imagine, most streamers who are successful in what they do did not start to make money. And most don't continue to make money. You generally, once you can figure out how money works, you do what you enjoy doing. And like, I don't know. I think people just know that there's money involved and somehow think that changes people's opinions, even though they could go and do other things. I didn't do anything before Star Citizen. I didn't like try YouTube and try to make it work. This was not expected. This was not planned on being a job or making money. It's just how it happens. Does that make it less of a scam? No. If they didn't launch the thing that I was thinking that they were going to launch, I would still be just as disappointed as if I was not making money off of it. Am I playing tomorrow? No. Tomorrow is a writing day. You get to start writing about Nyx tomorrow. No, I'm playing on Friday. No matter how much you spent, it's still not a scam. You're allowed to be unhappy about things that aren't scams. No. If you're unhappy about something, it is a scam or a hoax. You're a low-end donor. If this is a scam, you're going to lose sleep over the starter package and Avenger Titan you've bought. Hey, see now, that's why you just go in and get the $45 package. There you go. And then find friends with ships. Like they were saying before, you are not buying a ship, you're crowdfunding a game. Sorry you get the bonus of a ship because people are people and would never give money for nothing. I mean, CIG's gotten into the habit of selling ships. I think they're well past the whole you're just funding the game thing. And I think there are plenty of things that CIG does to obfuscate the lines there. Not great. Yeah, I think, like, don't get me wrong. A company can do a lot of poor business practices without being a scam. And I think that CIG has definitely done that. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to play the game. CIG's been steadily releasing ships, and they have a plan to keep in business so that it's not a scam, it's crowdfunding. Everyone pledging is getting scammed because they're funding Squadron 42 even though they want SC. Unfortunately, Doubtmaster, I feel like you're not actually responding to me, so I'm going to stop reading your messages. He's like, speak your mind, and then I speak in my mind, and then he doesn't answer. Why don't we start talking about the actual game, huh? I'm sure plenty of you came here to hear about news, not all these opinions. We've got a couple more segments of CitizenCon to look at here. Like I said, we're going to look at Rockcracker, a little kind of new raid coming in next year, as well as the tactical strike groups, which is actually the real kind of raid. Then we're going to check out the new weapons that have been announced, and then the new spaceships, after which we will hop in game and fly the spaceships together ourselves. So let's start with Rockcracker here.
Pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo, as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling mission.
An NSX. Bro, who's going to have a mint NSX? Here we go.
We're doing
How far?
right in front of you at the start of the show.
Okay, here we go. Toes. All right. So, with the Nyx system, they're continuing this push. CIG is continuing this push into Star Citizen having more events, but also more sandbox activities. Remember, not everything that releases is an event. This is still something that goes on. I think even the addition of Nyx is being called an event. But outside of things that happen, there are also just things that will always exist in space. And one of those things, or many of those things, need to give resources. They need to allow people to get stuff to build their bases, to launch their projects, to get a very substantial leg up in some kind of negotiation. Think of it kind of like the spice harvesting in the new Dune game. This is meant to be a chance for a large group, or maybe a couple people who team up, to go in and lock a space down, secure it, and then get the goods. Think of it as half orbit on a very large scale, based in space and based on spaceship gameplay. Here's a look at Rock Cracker.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rock Cracker.
It's a very cool picture. I keep using this picture because it is very cool.
Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock Cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Keiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
You know what I'm hoping is these places have, I hope this is an opportunity for them to kind of co-opt large-scale components for these sorts of missions. It's cool to have to replace fuses and stuff here and there, but I think for like these really big scale things, it would be much cooler to get to a space where you have to like get 2 or 3 people to combine the strength of their tractor beams to move like a large component or a big ratchet into place, or just like some kind of machinery that makes you feel like you're really making a substantial difference to the actual machine you're trying to get booted back up. Because it's like, this thing's massive, this huge freaking laser that circles an asteroid, and then you go in there and you drop in a fuse and you're like, okay, light it up.
Left abandoned. How do we bring this facility back to life? It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
I also hope that
One
kind
of
of
the main features is
turning on a gigantic laser like this, lighting up a facility like this, shows up in people's deep space scanning. Whatever scanning you're doing, whether it's quantum boost range or something, it would be really cool if you lit this up and it actually, like he says, puts a little target on your back.
the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long forgotten tunnels.
This person's really popping
you're-
that booty right here, dude. I feel like they're unnaturally trying to highlight their cakes during this mining expedition.
Discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long forgotten tunnels. Or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room.
Okay, this is hilarious, guys. Listen to this. Listen to how he describes
And with
this.
that said, let's move on to a little
Oh my god, I went back way too far. What happened there?
old engine room.
The old engine room,
Kickstart
right?
actually, engine.
Right?
You'll find
Y'all
the
see this?
old engine room. Now,
Hold
as
on.
you're
One more
traversing
time.
through the facility, you'll find the old engine room.
Thank you very much. Just like really soak in what this scene looks like, yeah? Pico, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Check this out. Look what we've got here. Hold on, can I actually pull it up? This might take awkwardly longer than I thought it would. This one? All right, so this is Levski in 2021. I think this is ironic just because Levski is coming back in next month. Oh, y'all remember Wallace? This freaking rattled guy. gonna get there eventually. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting there. Almost. Yeah. Look at this. Go away. That's the same thing. No?
Now, as you're traversing through the facility,
That's the same. They just moved this from one place and next to the other, yeah?
you'll find the old engine room.
It's like, it's even the got that same kind of cave feel. Like, this is the same walkway. Yeah, they're using the assets. And I'm wondering if this is basically just going to be gone from Levski now. They just took it out of the landing zone.
Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
No. Too bad. Pico, you watch this channel more than Netflix, so you transfer your... Also, less sex scenes than Netflix. Ayo, sorry, I have to... It feels like everything we watch on Netflix, there's like some obvious unnecessary sex scene. It's their thing. Levski was removed from the PU in 2021.
So you found these old facilities. You've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to...
See, look at this. This engine's huge. This honestly, it looks like a really large version of the engine that's in the Caterpillar. It'd be great to just them be like, oh yeah, you need 3 tractor beams to shift this into space. Not only would it be more unique than other gameplay, but it would also force you to do this in groups. Had fun falling through Levski many times. How about the great escape of Levski? The great rescue when nobody could use the hangars.
Systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
I honestly thought that the laser would rotate and just shear the entire rock in half, which arguably would be cooler, but maybe less replaceable.
And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
Here's another shot where they show somebody mining from a very large deposit. I know it's concept art, man, and like the concept artists aren't really paying attention to the game exactly. Oh, but I wish that we could just see this and be like, oh, that's what we're going to be doing for mining. You can't. They said there's updates coming to mining, so my fingers are crossed. Harder than a pretzel in Desert Death Valley. Do pretzels curl more when they're hot? I don't. My fingers are crossed more than pretzels. We'll just stick with that. That this is true. That this is actually what's going to happen. But I don't know.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious of, is how much FPS combat is there? Is it light? Is this light to the point where you can come in here with a mining and a scout crew who's not necessarily here for FPS combat, and once your combat team sweeps through, they're pretty safe? Because that's different from we've got enemies constantly spawning and you always have to watch your back, and like he says a little bit of FPS combat.
And don't mind a little bit of FPS content while.
But is that really the case? Is it really a little bit? They got to start giving us more variety for sure, because like Lurch said, almost everything's got combat in it. They were like, here you go, you got a cargo hauling event, do that. But like, that's an event. They do need some more sandbox activities. They need more constantly available things that you could do in the verse that really only bring combat to them and like occasionally. It's not like you should be expecting it. Isn't that what we do for mining? It's a laser. It's less like the laser and it's more the whole, you're mining something that's not its own object. Mining minerals off of other rocks means the potential for bore mining and the potential for geode mining and other things like that. We've been stuck on this whole idea that every mineable has to be its own rock for such a long time. I'd love to see that change. Holding down Hathor was already problematic enough. Yeah, this looks like it's going to take some logistics.
It will be very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot.
Dude, it almost gives me a headache how much potential there is for the release of Nyx. For them to just go all in on industrial expectations, on building value in Nyx, building money sinks and sources in Stanton, and building a cross-system economy. Putting in these types of events and sandboxes that naturally lead to players mining and needing to put it somewhere, and then coming up with deterrents to make players want to cache their stuff at Levski first. They have to come up with, whether it's danger in the Nyx system, whether it's the fact that you do have to cross through another star system to get to Nyx, whatever it might be, they have to come up with a reason to get people to do these kinds of things and then stash their stuff at Levski. Because once you can force people to retrieve but store commodities, now you can have a lot of fun in the process of getting them to move those commodities, creating the cargo routes between Levski and Area 18 or Lorville, forcing player groups to figure out what their solutions for security and logistics are in those cases. Bread and butter, cream of the crop. I really, really hope that the econ team is all over that headed into this new system.
Of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse.
I think that's also important. A lot of people are thinking that Nyx 1 is going to be empty, saying like, oh, it's a really nice planet, why is nobody there? But they keep hinting throughout the CitizenCon that there will be people there.
Settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse.
I'm definitely going to continue to temper my expectations. Like, I'm having this duopoly in my head of like, yes, things could happen in Nyx, but also remember, this is CIG. This is a first iteration. Things will not happen like you would expect. So will there be all this cross-system economy and deterrence to store stuff and things like that? No. Will we play the game how it's meant to be played when Nyx drops and how they're planning on it being played for 1.0? No. But I do hope that we start to see a difference in the way that people play games, or play this game, compared to what we've been doing in Pyro and Stanton.
And all of this in service of building
That's what I wanted with
star
Pyro, though.
systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
The new frontier of discovery. You're giving us some big boots you're going to try and fill there, Ian. But okay, we'll see. So that's it for this, what is essentially a raid, I would say. It's kind of like a sandbox raid. Somebody asked what the difference between a raid and a dungeon is. I don't know. I think maybe it depends on who you are. I think of a raid as something you can do on a location that's always existent and kind of get in, get out, and get some stuff, whereas a dungeon is something that's more self-contained, like an underground facility or an instanced area. This doesn't sound like it's going to be instanced. It is a sandbox activity. It is in space, and it is meant to bring in a lot more attention than something small like an ASD. Raid is bigger. Okay. Dungeon is smaller. Yeah, the MMO lingo is not my normal vernacular, so I don't know it all just yet, but there you go. This feels more raid-like, I guess, because it is pretty freaking big. You worry about Rockcracker turning into Hathor. The introduction of pure Karenite turned it into an Organ Super PvP zone. No matter server pop, people will prowl it. That is, I think, just an unfortunate reality of anything that gets added to the game. Eventually that wears off. But the novelty, I think, of it being newly added makes it so that people really want to lock it down with groups. Over time, I think all of these locations are meant to be something that can be locked down by a group, but generally are being tackled by groups of 3 to 10 people. Whether you join somebody else who's doing it or whether you make your own group. But yeah, I do think this will be just like Hathor in the sense that, like, a lot of people want to control the locations. There will probably be more of them than there are in Hathor. Well, Hathor had what, 4 locations? I could see 4 of these being spread throughout the belt. 4 or 5. Dungeon, small group, raid, big group. Okay. Oh, they said 5 to 6 players for this? Really? So this is a dungeon. They want 5 to 6 players to lock down this? What in the fuck? Did I miss that? That's wild. This is way more than 5 to 6 players. Even if you have one person in here doing FPS stuff, they would need another person backup. And then you have, what, 3 people on your mole coming in to do mining? That's 5 right there. That's actually crazy to try and tell people to do this with 5 or 6 people. I guess maybe if you don't care about somebody coming in and stealing all this stuff from under you as soon as you're done. Hathor wasn't that way originally as a thing. It was pretty small group friendly. I go to Hathor with small groups. Maybe for a while it wasn't friendly to that, but I have definitely taken groups of 2, 3, 4 people and had plenty of time at Hathor just kind of doing things. That being said, I probably would think Hathor would take more than 4 people to handle. I mean, it's a large area, you know? You thought they said 10 of these locations, but you're not sure? Maybe I missed a lot of details here. You would solo this? This is not during instanced talk, no. I don't know. I think Hathor feels like something you could do maybe with 5 or 6 people. Even Hathor facilities, to me, I think if you want to properly do it, you need like 10 people. Because you've got 3 separate facilities separated by spaceship travel. So you probably want to have at least 2 to 3 groups on the ground simultaneously handling those facilities. And then you have to go up to the space station, and then you have to go down to the cave. I don't know. I think of Hathor as being a 10-plus person kind of thing. For this, I would have thought this was a lot more people, but I guess if they're saying 5 to 6, holy crap, guys. What does that even mean? Let me do a search for that. Was it 5 or 6? Did they say 5 to 6? Like, what is... This would have been at an hour and 30 minutes in or so. Hathor is 10 plus only if you're doing everything at once. A group of 2 to 3 can clear each path and then the OLP pretty comfortably. Right. But I feel like these are the kinds of things that you should be doing all at once. No, maybe I'm a little off base. CIG should be making stuff that you don't have to do all at once, but something like Hathor, to me, really just feels like it feels like a tactical, large-scale sort of operation in my mind. I mean, even the ASD run through with the Lazarus locations feel a lot smaller in scale than Hathor. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying in a realistic environment where you're like booting up such heavy machinery and doing all this stuff, it does feel like it would kind of be a beacon that would tell other people, hey, there's stuff going on here that you might be able to benefit from. That's what I feel like these locations are made for. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Just a Drake cutter.
Gone into hauling missions.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the... Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
Lazarus Labs, the NPCs are murder bots, but that's something that can change. I'm talking about the design of the event. They don't balance the NPCs correctly, the difficulties are off and everything, but like if you look at the way that they've made these events, Hathor is 4 locations spread out in a place where you need to fly spaceships. The ASD line through Pyro is a single location every single time you go somewhere. So you can stay in a group of 5, 6 people. But in Hathor, if you really wanted to do it efficiently, you'd still have to go in a larger group and break up. It's just the way they designed it. And I feel like Rock Cracker is more similar to what they've done with Hathor. You will have to break up into a group to do this correctly.
Apart large asteroids and mining them down.
Not saying, again, I'm not saying you can't do it solo or as a group or something like that. I'm just saying the way that they have designed these things specifically feels like they're pushing for it to be done a certain way.
But features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in. It will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5, 6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
He says a group of 5 or 6 people. We will see. Maybe 5 or 6 people can come in and like sweep the goods afterwards. But this looks like a ton of coordination to do it with 5 or 6 people. Anyways, that's Rock Cracker. It'll launch however it launches. We're just judging it by what they said right now. Eventually we'll get in game and we will check it out. Thank you for that timestamp, by the way. The blonde dude. The next thing I wanted to touch on was the other thing that's kind of raid-like, dungeon-like, whatever you want to call it, conflict-like. I'm just gonna like turn on the fan and open the window because it's freaking hot in here.
It's hot. It's hot.
Realism. When can you take damage, you heal your limbs, but you don't repair your suit. The suit uses skin as well. Could be that only have 2 teams for Rockcracker. You could only have 2 teams for Rockcracker. 2 teams of 3, maybe. Maybe that works. They have to stop perpetually having the compulsion to put FPS combat into every mission like this. Yeah, they do. But honestly, I don't think it's like a long-term plan for them. I think it's just easy content. Too much dungeons and not enough dragons. Basil Wharf, thank you for gifting out a sub on Twitch, my dude. I appreciate you. And thank you for subbing as well. 6 months on. Raven1, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. 18 months. Been chilling. And Taryn, thanks for the bits, dude. Pizza biddies for the week. Have a slice for me. Hell yeah. We're making lahmacun after this during the cooking stream today, which some people like to kind of call Turkish pizza. I think that's probably pretty inaccurate, but if you want to stick around and join us for that, it should be yummy. All right, so this next one we're taking a look at, this is a proper raid. I would say, how long ago was it? Would have been CitizenCon 2023, right? Destination Adventure. See what they had to say about how they wanted to design their raids back then. I think at this point they were mainly thinking about FPS raids, but I'm gonna let it play out real quick because there was a little segment here where they kind of laid out the way they want to operate with this stuff. A little catch up before we jump into the most recent video.
Unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the...
So that really doesn't... It's pretty generic definition. And obviously they were talking about this from the FPS perspective. They plan to want to do these in distribution centers at some point. Everybody's typing in their comments now. Distribution centers completely forgotten. Yes, yes. But this was an exciting idea, not really because of what makes this new thing in Nyx exciting, but because it just sounded like a cool sort of long-term teamwork sort of thing. But this was still pretty simplified. I mean, it really is just somebody flying a spaceship of people in, landing, going inside to retrieve some kind of cargo or something, and then eventually turning it back into your ship, lifting off, flying away, and getting out. Now, you might need some air defense, you might need somebody who focuses on being a medic, all that kind of jazz, but it's clearly a lot different and much, much more scaled down than what we're getting in Nyx, potentially sometime next year. So let's take a look at that. This is called Tactical Strike Groups, and it is... I actually don't know if this is a time-limited event or just an always-on thing. We'll see.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes: combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content.
Dude, they're actually laying out a lot of this stuff as being the first 6 months of next year. I think they said Rock Cracker was first 6 months. This they're saying is mid next year. Maybe Planet Tech takes until second half of next year, but I don't think they've actually, like they already implied, told us a lot of the stuff that's coming next year.
So we want to share with you.
I think these are just like the major hits.
At what we're building in a space we're calling tactical strike groups.
So I think it's actually kind of a key. When I first saw this, I was like, okay, it's just another space area to do things. But the fact that you're not fighting spaceships is kind of key here. You'll see there are other space-based objectives here, and they feel more akin to spaceship games like Everspace and X4 and the kind of things that you would do there. So I am glad that anybody who's interested in like spaceship flight is getting something a little bit more interesting than just shoot this spaceship that's going to grunt at you and yell at you in a British accent.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom.
No,
of
it's
what
not.
this
It's
new
not
faction is
versus
really
other
doing
space
in the
combat
system.
ships.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space.
Love that group quantum jump there. Maybe we could
where
get
you
that
will
again.
find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So the interesting part is they call this a space where you can go in and take this activity on. They don't call this an event, so it does not sound like it's something that will be limited in time, but it does sound like something that you take a mission for and spawn. Because otherwise, I don't think they're just going to have an Idris constantly taking... I don't know, maybe maybe this Idris is always out here getting shot and you just happen across it. But it definitely... it feels like this all kind of starts for you when you get there.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've
guys, this might be instanced.
Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
So you got a group of fighters who are fighting against other fighters. You got a group of fighters or bombers, whoever you might want, also trying to break into the space station. And then you've also got to have groups in capital ships that are flying support from far away. So you're already talking about 3 different groups here.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets, but it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take...
We'll settle on this being instanced in chat. I hear you.
Any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So this is where you finally get to shoot at something
So the
that's not a
exterior
spaceship.
has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
The way this plays out, it's going to be interesting to see how ships get handled. There's going to be a lot more effort going into what are you doing with the ships when they're off the job. You know, if you have bombers and they can't fit on the capital ships, you got fighters that are taking up that space. You got to find places for those to go. And what is that? Jared needs to sign into his Samsung account.
Into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that?
Yeah, he's got to sign into his Samsung account up here. Because you got the capital ship group, you got the fighters fighting fighters, you got the bombers attacking the station. You've also got the fighters that need to go inside of the station. So that's 4 groups. And if you wanted to, you could probably have another group that's solely sticking with the bombers the whole time, depending on what you do with the bombers. So I could see people running this a little bit differently, actually.
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
It's yeah, just don't even have to be shy about it, guys. We see it.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
Imagine launching a missile that close to you. I guess you could blind fire it.
Dodge. You're gonna have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes
I didn't realize they literally just killed that guy in this
the
video.
core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station.
Yeah, so in that case, if you want the bombers still attacking from the outside, you'd probably want a protection group on them as well. So you can't use the same group that's running with the bombers as the group that goes on the run inside the station. So that is another couple groups, man. This is a hell of a thing that you're gonna have to get together to do.
Armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris.
Bro, this org. Nobody's exploding during this landing process. My hat's off
Now
to you.
at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another
Interesting. I wonder how explorable that Idris would be. Could you essentially just hang out on board the NPC Idris doing repairs and stuff during this mission, or do you are you contained to the hangar?
is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in.
Okay, so this is a 5th or 6th group of people that now need to go and board the actual space station. But this is the Battlefront gameplay. When I was a kid, I always thought that the perfect space game would be one in which you could fight a battle on the ground and also up in space. You could do FPS, you could fly in spaceships, you could be in the boarding ship team with the drop ships, all these different things you could do. And it all centered around the gameplay that I saw in Battlefront back in the day, the 2003, 2005 Battlefront. And this feels like the first time I've ever seen it almost completely captured like that. So I am excited for this a lot, even though combat is not really the main thing I want to do in Star Citizen. It looks really cool. Yeah, I guess PlanetSide actually got that pretty well. First, does PlanetSide have spaceship flying? I actually did not know that. Yeah, I guess there are games that do that kind of thing. But this one feels so much more freeing. I actually want to do it when it's not instanced, though, so it's still not quite there. But we're getting there. This is Theaters of War attempt number 2. Sounds like you need to play Angels Fall first. That's a sad name for a game. Poor Angels.
You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
You only need Idris defense and FPS. Right, but my thoughts here, like if you listen to the way that they're transitioning between these segments, let's go back to this real quick. So this part, you blow up the station with bombers and fighters, right?
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital...
Turrets come down as soon as the power core comes down. So your bombers and fighters are still out there, but they're saying get the capital ships in. So at this point, you could leave the capital ships sitting out there in space and get all your fighters and stuff back on board and store them there, or you could go in, refuel and repair with them, and then leave off again in space. Because the way they say it, it seems like they want you to go back to the Idris and get your stuff together, but then also be able to leave. So I think the idea is have a dedicated group of fighters here, have your teams on the capital ships, and have an FPS team that's ready to go in. But to be quite honest, I wouldn't want to require the people who can fly spaceships to also be comfortable being in on the FPS team. So I would want to have an FPS team. I would want to have a fighting team. I would want to have the people on the capital ships. I'd also want to have a group that is just the drop ships. I think there are definitely quite a few ways to run this mission. Probably no one correct strategy here. But it feels like you really could make this expansive for a lot of people.
Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors, and
this is also an interesting touch. Refugees, NPCs getting onto the dropships. Again, so you definitely need a dedicated dropship team for that. I hope that they expand that pretty quickly.
You've got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds
dropships need their own defense too.
Complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
Yeah, so you still need to keep fighter pilots outside as well, because now you've got another ambush. So the fighter group, the capital ship group, the dropship teams, the FPS
If you
folks.
really don't like these guys for some reason, will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood. When you alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
They totally did not need to reveal this ship. Can you guys don't be Hollywood trailers, guys? But yeah, it's gonna be a very widespread event kind of thing to do.
I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content. Some of it was very focused on FPS combat. So personally, driving a more vehicle-based experience was very important to me. This is a defining statement that I want to do in 2026. We're a spaceship game. There are prized possessions. To the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
I do think that this is probably a real nice breath of fresh air for people who are interested in what Star Citizen might look like end game, but want to hear more about it from a more closed down perspective. So the people who aren't looking necessarily for like the open sandbox Star Citizen, but more the what kind of like cool missions and what's the bread and butter of Star Citizen. I think that's hard to say because there's so many different places to play. Industrial gameplay is going to be huge. Combat gameplay is also going to be huge. But more people will probably be... I can't even say that, dude. I think they need to come up with this kind of thing for industrial gameplay too. But this will genuinely be the way that people can, when they're asked about Star Citizen, you can show them this. What is it? What makes this game so special? This captures what Star Citizen can really do, which is fleet battles, dropship pickups, bombing runs, FPS combat, boarding space stations, transitioning between spaceships, all in a seamless environment. The only thing that's missing here really is that it's probably going to be in a closed off environment and instanced, which is a little bit different from I think what makes Star Citizen truly special. But I still believe that this is the kind of thing that represents the game. And they probably want to get it done because it's going to act as a template for a lot of these kinds of things going forward. We do need social tools for stuff like this. Yeah, I agree with you there. We will see everyone trying to board and take that Vanduul capital ship. Perfect. Do it. Do it. What about all the defining statements of the past 2 years, CitizenCon? What do you mean by that? Do you think this strike group will have some kind of matchmaking? Maybe. I don't know. I think you would probably be better off using a looking for group service here because you kind of got to be ready with your crew when you get there. You know, you can't just join up and be like, okay, let's run this dungeon as a 5 squad. You got to have your capital ships and your coordination ready to go. How do you redeem an extra entry for the giveaway? Yo, Twitch chat, can you help us out with that one? Ruben, What's up, my friend? How you doing? On what metrics would there be matchmaking? Probably reputation, I imagine, would be the biggest one. Party size and reputation. Do you think it was purposeful to just focus on CC being about content rather than features, even if those features are planned to come this year? I do think it's purposeful, yeah. I think they are specifically trying to use certain things to advertise this game from now on, and features are not the main way they want to do it. They said, for instances, you can have a private one and then have open instances that anyone can join, but they said it would have a player cap. Yeah, I don't think this would be an open sort of instance situation. Ruben! Good to see you in chat, my dude. How you been? Welcome. Welcome to the Toes Gang. You know what would help teams and orgs learn to work well together in a strike force type environment? Theaters of war. You know what else would? Freaking voice chat. All right, let's talk about weapons, y'all. This is honestly a bit of a funny addition in my mind, because this is definitely the sort of thing they would spend an ISC on. You can even go back to Inside Star Citizen last year and find some of the weapons that we're about to see being introduced. Now we've actually gotten plenty of them, but there are some interesting things in here that you can sneak peek a little bit at in the background that we haven't seen. Like, what is this gun? It looks like a freaking gravity gun of some sort. You got the taser right here, which we did see actually revealed at this CitizenCon for the first time.
Great. I mean, he's a player
I don't know what
to work
that is.
with. I've only had really good experiences talking to him. He provides
You got
so little
mines
friction when working
that
with him.
are supposed to be
He's
left by the
genuinely really good at
Nautilus.
what he does a lot of problem solving for you.
What's your relationship like with Albertus? Predict. I was in the side about passionate about everything that we do as a company. How do you think other people see San Bruto?
That's interesting. This looks like a gun possibly from the Lightning Bolt company.
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say he have this positive vibe to him. You know, he's the doctor.
Sam is fun, getting better and better. He's
Yeah, that's interesting. That was a utility tool? That wasn't the taser?
Do something visual. In my opinion,
There's
that's
the mines
the most
again.
creative part.
Oh yeah, you might be right.
Alberta's great. I mean,
Interesting.
That's a
Taser
great
comes
question.
later.
I would say he have this positive vibe to him. You know, he's the doctor.
Sam is fun, getting better and better. He's super young, super talented.
Yeah, they keep showing that gun.
Absolute bundle of joy from a different culture coming from Venezuela. Lots of interesting stories and really approachable, and just overall the same things I say about lots of
You're like, what do people from Venezuela do? Here you go. That's the Volt SMG. Was it? I don't think so. No, this doesn't look like Volt to me.
Very excited about the project and very passionate about everything that we do as a company.
No, this looks more Lightning Company than Volt. Not enough, I guess this little bit kind of looks a little Volt-ish. But it's got an ejectable mag on the bottom. I don't know. Is this the Fresnel? I don't think this is the Fresnel. Fresnel.
How do you think other people see
Look at the
San
barrel of it. It's completely empty.
Oh, that's a great question.
I would say he have this positive
Bruto? About everything that we do as a company.
I don't know, guys. They already had the design of the Fresnel picked out pretty clearly before this point. If you go back to the video they posted back in 2021, I want to say. The Fresnel, however you freaking say it. It already was pretty much concepted to look like this. So I don't know, I don't think they would switch it to look like that for a year and then switch it back. This is the 2021 Fresnel. So I think this is something different, potentially. It looks like an LMG for sure. Now, first iteration of the Fresnel is right here. They already did the mag and the tubes and the art and all that jazz.
How do you think other people see San Burrito?
Oh, that's a great question.
Rather than just the vehicle.
It is an interesting one, though. I'm seeing the back side here with like the little dots on it. That looks a lot like the... I don't think I have any pictures of the lightning bolt gun. Reminds me kind of these of this. These like circles that they put on these guns sometimes. But it actually looks like it could be different from that too. I don't know. It's something. I think it's something we haven't seen yet.
Just the vehicles. Every time we mention it, he's like, "Oh, can I do it? Can I do it?" So yeah, he's super excited about it, which is going to get. We've got Alexei, who's our weapons lead.
I decided to work on a video
There's another one there.
because
Actually, see, now that looks like the quartz a little bit. It's got the same bottom part, but even that looks different from the quartz.
It's been a great addition to the team.
I decided to work on a video games because I always wanted to help people, not necessarily when they already
We got that one.
I just started to make video games.
DMC, it says on it. I wonder what that is. So that might be another one that they've made for Squadron that we haven't seen yet. Could be something that's been redesigned.
Very laid back guy, has a really good eye for stuff.
Here is the Space AK. This is one that we are about to see revealed and coming in
You
next.
can so easily miss, like he'll pick out stuff I can't even see.
Since he's joined in, the optimization of our work has just flown through the roof. He's a really valuable member of the team, and I definitely consider him a friend. He's a really nice guy.
He's created a
okay. Assist hand grenade aspect of the game.
Into sort of
weaponry.
Some knives.
And joining him's Ben as well, who's another artist too.
So
It's in the PTU, nice.
He's dedefinitely the
member of the team, but he's still been here a couple of years.
I'd say in some ways his artwork is quite
way around.
Yeah,
Blender.
that's definitely, this is from a lightning bolt gun. So I do think they have something else planned from the lightning bolt company, because it seems like there's some work that's being done on pieces that look like they belong
Such
to
a
them.
keen eye for details on the weapon.
You can just kind of throw anything at him and know that you're going to get a really solid result out of it.
There it is. Does it still have this knife on the front, or did they change that to bring it in the game? Dude, I didn't even realize this was alternating laser and ballistic shots, but if you pay attention to this, you can actually tell. I didn't even catch that, because I wouldn't have thought they would do something like that.
We've got Joel. Originally, I hired Joel as a prop artist probably close to 8 years ago.
I create the artwork for the most senior counter. He has something weird on it. Everyone like
Kieran, done on time.
Programmer.
Is out there.
The salvo frag.
Animation.
a little bit 2 weeks.
Yeah, he can't be here.
What else we got? We got the P8. And then they started talking about the bolt
Professionally
guns.
homemade, it's not thrown together, but also it's not professionally manufactured.
This is the manufacturer who relies on cheap produced goods, but they still wanted it to look cool and
We got this one.
Is that these things have been made by just people living on the fringes of the universe. They've used whatever they can get their hands on.
And we got the
For a long
crossbow,
time
which we
now.
still haven't seen.
At the point of creation this crossbow, it was decided that the bolt needs to stuck when you
I honestly thought this was the gun that they were going to show us this year.
Fire them and not disappear like any other bullet, and this prevented the release of the crossbow because we cannot consistently make the bolts stuck.
And then the dead rig.
Weapons as a whole, and that's just taken a lot of hard work from the weapons department as a whole department. And, you know,
so yeah, they were showing off quite a few things back during this, and honestly, there's a lot of things like this. Like, this is why I do try to continue to go back into the history of what they've shown us video-wise. It's why I keep all these video records, because at some point, this stuff does end up coming back through. I do think we'll still get the Aaron Halo belt gates at some point. I think we'll see some other ships coming in that we've seen in previous videos. It's just a matter of how long it takes for them to make it into the game. But this was a look that we saw at these kinds of weapons like a year and a half ago. And they took a little while to get in, but they were delivering the Volt weapons throughout the 4.x cycle of updates. And I think it's pretty clear that the people who are working on these weapons have moved on from a lot of their squadron work and have been starting to get their stuff into Star Citizen. That's why we're seeing a bunch of ships. It's why we're seeing a bunch of weapons. And it's why we will probably continue to do so. So let's take a look at the actual weapons being introduced. Now that I spoiled most of them. And then we'll touch on ships.
I'm talking about the new edition that came out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer, the weapons that you can think of that were made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell. Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely badgered about the most. It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence.
It's so goofy, dude.
So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy. You'll see on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is
yeah,
just,
dude,
like,
there's
a really
no
fun way of...
This is going to be so funny because I feel like this digs right into the whole debate of like energy recoil and not energy recoil versus plasma recoil, and like the when should the gun move versus when shouldn't it?
With the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just like a really fun way of making a weapon work in kind of like a scrappy, glued together kind of aesthetic. The LMG, this thing is a really fun,
this thing sounds fun,
hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and the only other weapons that have this right now in the verse are the Bearing sniper rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Dude, that's wild. This thing looks like it hits so hard. Can I just get like a properly made version?
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just I want a slow firing rifle. Give me a scrap together box that fires the biggest thing you can possibly find.
We don't have a rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight together that you pull into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance, so you will not be able to just point it towards an enemy.
It's also going to have a lot of spread. So essentially, you're going to have to get very close with your launcher to be able to blow up ships with a
Yeah, dude, it does feel very Fallout. It really does, this last
single
one.
Payload in it. You can't actually aim with the apparatus, because if you've got the tube on your shoulder and you try to aim it, you'd have to physically put the tube in your head. So we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this. And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen, I'm gonna hit it.
It's our boom
in the
tube.
spirit of being a tube.
Star Citizen has a boom tube now, which is nice.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars? Binoculars are really cool. We don't have anything like this in the verse, and I think it will be really convenient to use something that's dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
With the binoculars.
Is it still binoculars if you only use one eye?
Have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not, because binoculars are not something that you need to be aware of.
It's really funny because obviously, due to Glintgate, as I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like
Do they
spotting
actually refer to it as a
really
monocular?
like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances, and what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like, binoculars.
Okay, but how about feature-wise? What can we make feature-wise that doesn't require new gadgets? Let us mark them. Oh, I want to mark people. Like, yeah, I can look at them, but then I have to describe to my friend, yes, they are 200 meters away on the side of that spaceship there, kind of look like trash, but not quite. Yeah, aimed heading 230. There you go. Yeah. That's the person. And then we're dead. Let me mark them.
And I prototyped a thing which essentially was just a scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
They hit above their weight class or whatever the heck it's called. Trinoculars like Splinter Cell?
Thanks, Alexi and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
So that's weapons. And I realized that I didn't even give you guys the interface of my overlook for this. So it's probably going to be a weird video going over the weapons, but I just want to give you guys a look at what weapons are coming up. Clearly, they've had several of them planned for a while. There are a couple others that if you search them up, they didn't show up in like as a release coming soon, but throughout the rest of CitizenCon, we did see the stun pistol that was shown during this presentation. So I think this might be coming at some point soon as well, possibly as a non-lethal weapon used for bounty hunting whenever that does happen. But that's your weapons look from CitizenCon. If they start selling the binoculars in Pledge Store, you're so buying them. Loot them! They're just binoculars! You could probably buy them from Tabby and Sons or whatever. Tammy and Sons. Did you catch what he said? Next year of ships will be even more expansive. Is he hinting at the Expanse? I know it's Cope. I saw somebody else saying that. Y'all are wild. Y'all wild, huh? Benefit Man, thank you so much for the sub, dude. 3 months now. That's a big old we. That doesn't. I shouldn't say that, should I? That's a big old we. Please don't say that. Don't do that. Adept, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The stun pistol has been showing up for years outside the PU. Yeah. Inside Star Citizen Live, all that stuff. Battlefield style marking would be great. Seriously, it would be fantastic. Speaking of which, anybody playing Battlefield 6? How is it? Should I pick it up? I actually started playing Battlefield 2042 instead because I don't have the Battlefield 6 money at the moment. But 2042 is actually, like, it's getting me excited for Battlefield again, so I'm pumped to jump into that one. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. Changes in refining coming, so maybe the Expanse. Dude, that'd be so cool if the Expanse was coming. We're about to go over the ships. Did he just say that here? Is that why you were asking? I thought he would have said it during the...
So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Nah, I think he's just being John. I think there would have been more of a sign if he was being cheeky about it. I would love the Expanse as much as the next person. And I guess they do have to get refining working for crafting. Kind of. Sort of. Refining is supposed to be kind of parallel to crafting. It's involved, but I don't know. I don't see them really releasing the Expanse just yet. Modern shooters are too stressed and panic, and having twitch reflexes you're old getting off your lawn. Just be a medic. That's what I do. Condensed, Purge, Meat Grinder, and small maps. Wait 1 year for DLCs and mod experiences to come out. I thought they released some bigger maps with the release. Did they halt the Pioneer dev? They haven't been reporting on it. Doesn't mean it's halted. We don't really know. You're the only Twitch streamer I actually really follow. I'm in your Discord to watch your YouTube videos. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Benefit. I really appreciate you being in the Discord. That's a great freaking place. The Discord server has quickly become my favorite social media app to just go on and read conversation and watch and chat. Thanks for swinging by there, dude. Thanks for coming by the stream, too. You hope that they do SCL or some other talk of info dumps or anything not touched on by the CitizenCon Direct. We'll probably see a couple more Star Citizen lives before the end of the year. They usually give some additional information that expands on what we got from CitizenCon over the next couple months. Alright, so we're going to talk about ships here. But I'm going to go to the bathroom first. So I'm going to let you guys watch through Jared's little live thing here. This is our intermission. Enjoy. I will be back in a few minutes, folks.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're gonna fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most anticipated features coming to Star Citizen, Genesis, and what that means for the planets of Star Citizen, including the ones already in there. So let's talk to Will Hain and find out more. And I'm just remembering that Will Hain is in France at the watch party. Okay, France. Ask Slarty Bartfast over there how they're going to use Genesis to update the planets and moons of Stanton and get back to me, all right? And see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it, and that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another. So let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Vanduul, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Vanduul to Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love and squeeze and cherish forever. So yeah, it's a pretty solid haul for this year's Digital Goodies Pack, which you can still pick up right now on the RSI store. So now, let's go ahead and transition into our next segment. Much of what you see in the show today has been the culmination of a lot of people's work in... What's up? All right, I had a dream about like this once. Yeah. Okay, so against everyone's better judgment, the thing has finally happened. Can I help you?
How you think the show's going?
Good. We're getting the Nyx star system and the Vanduul are coming.
Kind of been a lot of Nyx, right?
Well, yeah, but it's a major milestone and it deserves a major showcase celebrating everybody's hard work and...
You got more, right?
Well, yeah, there's spaceships coming out.
Cool.
Wow, it's like they only scanned the original community portion of me. If pictures steal your soul, imagine what face scanning in PCAP does.
Well, this has been super cringe. So I'm gonna head out.
Bye. Oh, regular CitizenCon is still better. You should have done that. Of course. Thank you. Part of me that isn't a soulless marketing puppet. All right. No, 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 no. Let's just go to some spaceships, shall we?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
Sorry, I had to rob you guys of the chair. I know, it's a sad day. But we're back to it. Let's talk about spaceships. So this is like traditionally the least exciting part of Star Citizen for me, to be honest. I think the silhouette video is actually a lot of fun. It gives us a lot of speculation and stuff. But this year they just like gave us 3 ships that they were talking about. Now, a little disappointed that my video talking about the ships that were possibly coming did not include the Shiv, because I was totally thinking about it. But I didn't include it in the script for some reason. But just like with the weapons, these are things that they've clearly been working on for a while. And they just have been sitting on because they were made for Squadron 42. If you go back to the 2019 visual teaser, you will find the Shiv, well, the Stinger was shown here. But also this other ship. It's like a Mustang mixed with maybe Buccaneer engines possibly back there. And it's got that same kind of look where you can tell that they've put a lot of different parts on this, and it's not quite a Mustang, but it's got the shape, so you know it includes Mustang parts, but there's definitely some Buccaneer built in here and maybe some other bits and pieces. And this is where we saw the Shiv for the first time. So it's pretty clear that it was like based around a Cutlass, but I think it looks better because it takes off those 2 front wings. And it's something that was clearly being used for Squadron 42. Because then, during the Hold the Line trailer in 2023, we were shown another version of the same ship. If not the exact same ship. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't looked at every pixel. But it's easy enough to see the similarities between the two. Here we go. So clearly it's being used in Squadron 42. I think this one might be a little bit different. But definitely still has that same general shape. This is a Cutlass that has had different thrusters strapped onto it and has some other parts of different ships thrown in to mix up the design language and the cross section. I don't think this is the Shiv, just looking at it here, but I do think that it's the same idea. These are just ships that are being tuned and changed aftermarket. We might see one of a Mustang. We might see one of another Cutlass. We might see one of an M50. Anything can happen. Personally, I don't think they should be sold on the store. I think they should just be things you can find or craft or something in the game. But this is the introduction to ships like that, as well as the Paladin and the Stinger. We'll talk a little bit about the Paladin too here. Let's get into it though.
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship, where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
Good to note, this isn't the most ships they've introduced. Well, maybe it is actually. It could be the most ships they've introduced, but they've definitely done way more concept ships during other years. Yes, this might be the most ships they've delivered in a year, but it feels fulfilling. If you go back to a year like 2017 or 2018, there would have been like 8 concept ships announced, and half of them wouldn't show up in the game for years. So it does feel a lot better that even though they are getting really busy with spaceships and stuff at this point, I don't think they need to release a ship every month, but they clearly feel like that's helping their budget. It's good that they're at least ships and not pictures. it's a step up for CIG. It might not be ideal. It depends on who you ask. Different people have different feelings about ships coming into the game, whether they're real money or in-game money, whether they're needed or just extra. All that kind of stuff is subjective, but the fact that they're not doing pictures and they're actually doing real ships now, I think is really helping them.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
You had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned.
How many people would say the Wolf was their favorite this year? What? Just interested. What was the favorite ship of you guys in chat that came out this year?
The Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favorite.
The Wolf, obviously, a return of Kruger, a completely new aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
The Golem, I think, is just an incredibly well-formed ship in such a small
lot of people like the
package.
Asgard.
It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed to perform a role.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well. It's kind of hard to pin down a favorite, to be honest, because we've released, a lot of really cool ships.
Wait, when did the Zeus come out? Since the last CitizenCon? Did it release at CitizenCon last year? I don't even remember when the Zeus came out. The Zeus is like the smallest splash on a highly anticipated ship I've ever seen. Did they disappoint with the Zeus? I think that the way boxes load into the CL really threw cold water. It was like really chilling on the release of the Zeus that a lot of people were looking forward to as like this ship that's the same size as the Spirit but can carry so much more. And then it comes out and it's good, but it just doesn't seem like it really hit the hype that people were feeling in the lead up. You feel it's terrible because of its grid? Okay. So that must be hurting its reputation because it feels like the Zeus was it's like a really well-positioned ship for Star Citizen. It's like a good three to 4 person ship, well-sized for a lot of missions and contracts, and typically the size that a lot of people play with their friends. But you don't hear that much fanfare about it. It was just okay for you. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Zeus is a solid ship, but for whatever reason, it has not quite captured its intended audience as expected. Vaston says, the C1 is better. Speaking directly to my heart, dude. Do I have any sounds of love on this soundboard that I can make to show my appreciation for what you just said? Yes. Pure love is what that sound says that I feel for the Spirit C1. It's the best ship in the game. Who are we kidding?
Next year, we've got some super exciting ships coming up. We're ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna
the ES is more popular.
Again,
okay.
Maybe some ships from some manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say?
Honestly, the choice of ships that came out this year is not bad. The Zeus is a solid sort of general purpose ship. The Golem is good for mining, salvaging, mining. Sorry. Plenty of combat ships. I think if they get the RSI Salvager out this year, then it would be a solid sort of grouping of different types of ships. Maybe they could have done something that was a little more focused on cargo, but if they can get a salvaging ship out this year, it'd be good. In chat, y'all are saying Hoster and Benefit Man are saying that the ES, the Zeus in general, doesn't hit well enough for its pricing game or out of game. There's the kicker, right? Most people are thinking about either how good a ship is in a vacuum, or they're considering its cash price. But at some point, we all have to consider what the in-game price is, how much you have to do in-game to earn these ships, because the majority of people are going to be doing just that once we reach 1.0. And that could change the way that people progress through these ships. Like maybe the Nomad is a good choice right now because of its price and its ability, but if it gets a little more expensive, during 1.0, that might not be the best suggestion. And the C1 versus the Zeus could be like that. The Freelancer versus the Cutlass could be like that. Hammerhead versus the Perseus could be like that. Plenty of questions involved in which ship you try to choose. And the value is definitely going to be one of them that grows as we get further on.
New ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace.
See, now, I wouldn't even think the People's Alliance were the kind of folks
Anvil
who
is a
could
very-
just keep a paladin ready to go. I guess they've been around for a while. They are a full government. They should have some pretty specific stuff at this point.
Military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in Star Citizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts in lore, often up against Aegis, and to the point it actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
Dude, this ship looks
The Paladin
so
is a
good.
gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to support ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed
to support ground operations.
They're shooting all the stuff in Nyx.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to sustain a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game that are true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew, it's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull, obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It
Both this ship and the Legionnaire look to me like they came from the Halo universe.
feels like it's
Or the Alien universe.
coming towards you, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
God, it looks
If
so
we
good
swing
though.
Round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll end
Looks
to
like a
see is
bulky
first the
Scorpius.
side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the whole exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it. And then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions.
So then, weak spot's got to be something about its capabilities, and they say it's a pretty slow ship.
One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central two-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got...
My favorite is there's a really cool concept art that shows this off. See if I can find that real quick here. The Paladin concept art, I think it's pretty similar. Dang it, I don't have it. Shame. For shame, Space Tomato. Yeah, the Paladin has a concept art image here from the interior of the cockpit. Oh, this is a new one. So this is the updated version of that same picture. Oops. Come on. I opened it 3 times and I didn't notice. So there's that picture. And that is the, I guess, new version of this picture. Which I'm sure is around here somewhere. There it is. So this picture, You can see like they've got everybody in the cockpit. They're all kind of standing together. Originally, they had no floor. It was kind of like you were floating above that bottom deck, and you were all in this one room together. Now it looks like you're kind of more encapsulated in the cockpit, and you've got just like this sort of glass bottom that you can see those people through, but you're not sharing the air with them, which is great because my gunners tend to be stinky, but I think it takes away from it a little bit. Funny thing is, if you look at, I think it's the Hammerhead that has concept art that's kind of like this. It really just goes to show how everybody beats up on Drake. Sorry, I just breathed into the microphone so hard. There is definitely a shot. God, is it not the Hammerhead? What ship is it? I swear it was the Hammerhead. I have the concept image. Kind of similar. Same idea. Looking down on a caterpillar and shooting it out from under you and killing it. It's the same thing that they do. It's a caterpillar. Literally on fire, getting shot at from above. It looks like, honestly, these two caterpillars might be burning from the same place. They're both burning on the left side here. I guess it's not the command module is not on fire in this one, but like, clearly both Anvil and Aegis like to talk about blowing up Drake ships. So I mean, I won't draw too much attention to that more than I already have, but maybe there's a little bit of bias there.
The pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected. I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's
I think the armor looks really cool in front of the window, by the way.
pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within Star Citizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do.
It's interesting. A lot of people are really cheering this on. Like, this is the way to release ships. Make it so that it's a ship that you can use solo and get benefit from a lot of the things, but also obviously make it a lot more powerful if there are multiple people in there. I think it's a good approach as long as there are some really clear consequences of running a ship solo. And I think there are. Once engineering comes in, you obviously can't repair while you're fighting. You can't shift around your shields as effectively if you're focusing on shooting. You can't man your turrets if you're in the pilot seat. There's all kinds of things that will help with that, but it'd be good to see all these things in practice in the actual game to understand it better, quantify it more for all the players.
Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort of armory ready room area. You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates.
That's a huge deal. When I was previewing this video as something that might, or this ship as something that might be coming out, I was saying that the one place it really falls short is not having any cargo. This is a perfect ship for running dungeons with your friends, running missions, FPS, possibly some ship combat, just really tooting around any star system in Star Citizen. You got shields, you got defense, you got armament, you've got living quarters, you've got your own turrets. Now you have storage for loot or anything else you find. This is just the Paladin is positioned as being one of the greatest ways to go and play the game. I would say it in similar ways to how the attack is like a smaller Carrack in the experience it gives. The Paladin is almost like a smaller tack with the experience it gives. You don't have a medical bed, but you have just about everything else you need to get around the game and continue running missions with your friends for a long time. This is a pretty solid offering.
Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
Abysmal for PvP. You dogfighting in this, bro?
Ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup.
Oh my
so it's a
God.
military ship.
This ship looks so good. I'm a man. As somebody who grew up on Halo, this looks like it could have literally come straight from Halo, and I am so enthralled with the design of it. Oh my God. Good vibes, dude.
Really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup. So something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big dropship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4, and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners, they're basically all equal on the ship. There's one toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's one toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's
efficient.
You all work together. You're all equal at work. You're
toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold.
Yeah. Like you either have 2 extra toilets or 2 extra missiles. What do you really want to choose?
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats.
Oh,
And
yeah.
talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
All right. So now we're going to get into some Vanduul stuff. It's interesting that they're having this one come from Hesperia, but that it makes sense given the lore. Mac Thurman, thanks for all the videos, he said. I have been working night in a while and had not gotten the chance to catch a live stream. Hope you are well. Thank you. Thanks for hopping in the live stream. I hope your night sessions have been going well. And I hope you're doing well too. We're doing fantastic. Mrs. Tomato got some lahmacun stuff. We're going to be doing some cooking and things. How you do? Whoa. How are you doing? She said she's doing well. She's getting set up for all y'all. If you've never been to a Wednesday stream, we've been a little off and on lately, but we like to do some cooking streams where we just like chill and talk about more casual stuff and hang out with the garden. So stick around if you're enjoying this. The Shiv has a bucket. Top that. You can't top a bucket. You just end up going inside of it.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vanduul Stinger.
Which is a cool looking ship.
Vanduul
I'll
are
give
big,
them that.
scary space aliens. They're like 7-foot tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vanduul heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
Then you got like little derps like me flying it around. Dude, the HUD looks sick.
To something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower is almost unrivaled in terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
Dude, this
One
ship
thing
looks
Xperia have done
crazy.
differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Xperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game.
Are those size
By doing
4s?
this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Xperia wanted for
Does this thing have 4 size 4s?
the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We
So is it 4 size 4s and 2 size 5s? Is that what we're looking at on this thing?
took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
One
so
size
is a
5,
real
2
blend
size
of
2s,
these
okay.
kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's,
Get
lots
out,
of-
dude. Look at the freaking animations for this ship opening up. Oh my god, it's like a rib cage.
Rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried.
Dude. Oh man, this shit's wild, man. The way that they design these spaceships, I always compare this back to the sci-fi games I played as a kid. Obviously, the expectations and capabilities of a video game are much different now than they were 20 years ago. But it's just so crazy to see the way that this stuff gets built now.
Inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
The ship itself looks really good
I think the team's done
too.
a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have around the array?
It's also just a strong freaking ship, but yeah, I hear you. It's a waste of space internally. I mean, if your goal is to have the cockpit be way out in front of the ship, then it's kind of like you're filling the space that you created to waste anyways. Definitely would agree if they were like, our ship is just too long. It's like, okay, we'll take care of the human roller coaster that you put in there. Crazy too that these Squadron 42 ships aren't gold standard. Yeah, it is very annoying that they come into the game not updated for Star Citizen when they're coming from Squadron, which is supposedly taking all of the focus from Squadron, or from Star Citizen. Give us finished ships, please.
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items
So he stole
that
it?
necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets.
It actually looks really cool, the turret.
Now remote, it's just...
I'm not much of a turret guy, but that's a pretty cool looking setup. I like the hard surface, sort of, you're looking through a camera idea.
This hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's loose cables, panels are exposed. If you look carefully, you'll notice there are tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
Is it at the bottom of the turret?
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It's very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing.
Moved it down a level. You out Drake, dude. How do you do it?
To describe the madness that created this. It's the Shiv.
So I do think this is a little bit different from the one we saw in Squadron 42, but not much. It looks basically the same.
This is something new and different for
Might be
Star
the
Citizen.
exact same.
Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
nothing.
Just
no comment.
It came from
Gray
Squadron.
goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
Don't ask how we got it.
Don't worry about it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
Yeah, I'm hearing that it's strong and agile in chat.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's Talking Ship for another year. So.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
And we already went and did that. You can't even insult their name, man. Come on, what's your name? We already did that, so we'll cut it off there. But that is the new ships, and I don't think you can find another CitizenCon where they have introduced ships and not picked a concept of some sort. And you go to all of these different like talking ship segments that they've done throughout the different years. And this was last year where they introduced some concept ships that we got this year, specifically the Starlancer build, the Pioneer, and also obviously all of the Mystery ships, although those don't count quite the same. That's not concept art sale. In 2022, we saw the Crusader Spirit, and I believe a couple of the Grey Cat vehicles, but mainly the Crusader Spirit was the big concept ship then. In 2949, that is 2019, we saw the Carrack. Obviously, was very, very focused on. The Pisces is also there, and the Kraken got a lot of. Actually, no, sorry. In 2949, they introduced the Carrack to the game. I think it didn't release for a few months, so you could call it a concept ship, but they definitely still talked about the Kraken, which was the huge concept ship. That's just 3 years out of the many they've done, but you can see that every year, basically, they are doing different kinds of concept sales at CitizenCon, and this year it's been nice. We got 3 ships straight into the game. Pretty cool. They might not all be equal use to you. They might not all be equal interest to you, but it is still, I think it's worth noting that they're finally starting to change that up, and less concept ships is definitely better. Granted, 2 out of 3 of these came from Squadron 42, so they're doing things for sure to get easy wins. We've seen it with the asset flips in Hathor and the ASD locations. We're seeing it a little bit even with the introduction of Nyx and dropping ships in from Squadron 42 like the Idris and this, doing variants that don't take much work off of the ships they've already made, like the Asgard and the Mantis. These are all little things that you do to make the work not cost as much while you're trying to save some money and get a little bit ahead. I think everybody should definitely note that, like, they're doing things specifically because they're easier. But ultimately, it does feel like CIG is making smarter decisions and being a little bit more efficient in the way they make this game. Hopefully that continues. Either way, there's a look at some of the ships that we're getting right now. I think we'll probably see another 3 to 4 before the end of the year. So stay tuned if you want to see those. Now that we've gotten to go over the ships, we're going to go and check them out in the game. I'm actually going to jump into, I think, maybe the Paladin. Or possibly one of the other ships, and we'll try it out for a little bit and see how it performs in Star Citizen. I think we've gotten through almost all of CitizenCon here. Last thing would probably be the little touch with Richard Tyrer, and then we're going to talk a bit about why everything in the game is so dystopian, and then we will get into the game itself. So CitizenCon this year has been... It was a fun delivery of different things, but it was ultimately a very sharp turn away from what they did last year, which was like setting us all up for Star Citizen 1.0. What's the mission? What's the long-term plan? Where are we headed? Who knows? So while they didn't touch on that much during this event, they definitely still carted Rich Tyrer in to tell us, hey guys, it's all still the same as what we said last year. And you can choose to believe that or not. Obviously, we haven't heard a lot about features, but I don't think that they are ignorant to that fact that we want features. So I think this was a very pointed move on their part to make sure that Rich sat down and still said to everybody that we're still going in the same direction, even if it doesn't feel like we're remembering that. Just keep in mind, it's not all content going forward. So we're going to listen to that talk with Rich here and hear what he has to say about the future of the game in terms of features and mechanics, and hopefully the more interesting side for a lot of you. And then we'll rage and foam at the mouth and make our own conclusions from it. Destroy, good to see you, my dude. Tyrus, welcome in, man. Tyrus.
Last year, Senior Game Director Rich Tyrer took to the stage and revealed our plan for 1.0. Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a few moments and follow up on that reveal from last year, to do as we've done today and look at the year ahead. So, Rich, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Well, you're welcome.
All right, so we're going to jump right into it. Everybody knows the only constant in game development is change. So I'm going to ask you outright, what's changed about the road to 1.0?
Well, fortunately nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the Star Citizen 1.0 presentation from last year, I highly recommend you do so, because everything in it is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done, at this point, 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex systems can tie together. And one of the core aspects of that was the main story, which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations, mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's where this year has moved us towards that goal. If you think about previous events,
Just casually forgot that 2025 was not going to be all about those features, but actually content. Whoops!
of previous years, they've generally been locations that we've put into the verse, but they've been transient. We've taken them away, like Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Dude, it's actually kind of insane how much multiple people from the company are trying to emphasize this point, and people in the Star Citizen community are still refusing to get it. The idea that they're really trying to add things that are permanent and always available, but people are still looking at all of these additions as different events that, like, maybe they have to rush to do, or they'll change, or they'll go away at some point. I honestly don't know what CIG has to do. I was thinking by the end of the year it would be pretty clear what was maybe a temporary event versus what was a permanent addition, a location to the game. But it doesn't happen. It literally doesn't work. I have this there's this thread actually on my own account that I had from a while back. It was when I talked about this whole phenomenon of people not really getting it. It was back when they added the AST facilities. Let me see if I can find that real quick here. Yeah. So this post, I posted about this, and I was basically saying, they post new locations, but people call them new events. Why are they called new events? And I got a lot of responses, but honestly, most of them didn't make a lot of sense to me. It was like the vast majority of people who were saying all of these things should be called events is basically because people all rush to those locations right when they're released. So it feels like their release of the locations is an event because everybody's excited about them. But at the end of the day, a lot of people hear the word event and think about exactly what Rich was saying. Things like Zenithreat or Siege of Orison, which will come into the game, but eventually be removed within a month or two because they're just meant to do something quickly. Whereas these locations are locations. They're literally, they will not leave from the game. They are objectively and fundamentally a different kind of thing. But I don't know what they have to do to sell that message. It's not getting through though.
We're on story. I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative of our own, this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that?
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe, and that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, We've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player.
That's not like a huge thing for most gamers, because most games have this stuff, but I do think it's a big improvement on Star Citizen, which has never had NPCs interacting with you, really.
And I think story is integral to Star Citizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now, that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operated and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that Star Citizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals...
Is that an official number, Rich? Is that our daily concurrence right there? Can you
we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it all the time, playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example.
This is the crux of Star Citizen's major change over the last couple of years. And honestly, I don't know who is in charge of this change. Rich is obviously the one here championing the thought, but somebody at CIG or some multiple people at CIG over the last few years, and I think this is part of the plan. Okay, I think always part of the plan has been reach server meshing and then start to focus on this stuff. But even more so than I think they planned, they have definitely turned more towards making sure the game was fun, enjoyable, and more exciting to get into for players right now, rather than focusing on just adding features and getting the game done for the people who are going to be playing at 1.0 in 5, 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is. 2025, above all else, has shown that they want to make sure that this is seen as a live service playable game for people right now. And that's good, because that's what they've been advertising for the last couple of years, saying playable now and all this stuff. So it's like, it's definitely not the ideal path forward for a game that needs to make a lot of progress towards a 1.0 date and add features and stuff. But it is certainly gung-ho about supporting the people playing right now and making sure that the experience is at least something that keeps people engaged. MMOs have events. If it isn't part of a story or campaign, it's an event. We have story events, time events, daily events. The term event is MMO talk, timed events. Perhaps it's MMO talk, but CIG themselves have specifically come out and said we're not using that definition. When we say event, we mean something that happens and then ends. And I think for most folks, at least regarding English vernacular, I don't know how things would change in other languages, but if you typed in like, what is an event, most of the time, they're going to say it's a thing that happens, okay, yeah, a planned public or social occasion. Generally, these are things that are marked by like a time, you know, something that occurs and then stops, as opposed to a release, which is like something that gets added and then stays. And I think maybe MMO talk is confusing when it comes to Star Citizen. Maybe event is not the right word to use, but like there needs to be some kind of differentiation in the Star Citizen community with our little mushy space brains. Can't figure out English. We need to figure out the difference between something that lasts, that will always be around right now, whether you wait for Star Citizen 1.0 or whether you jump in a year, versus something that does not last. You have to get into the game during the next 2 months or you will never be able to unlock this timed reward. Because, like, if somebody hears that there are events running and then they go and they take on Hathor, which is an event, and they do it 6 months after it came out and think, okay, cool. Well, Resource Event Rush is the newest event. I'll take care of that in November when I'm back home. And then they get back in November and they're like, wait, this event's not running anymore. What the hell? Somebody's got to tell them there's a difference. It doesn't matter what CIG says. The gaming community has lingo that CIG doesn't get to rewrite. Well, that's fucking stupid. Who cares about the people making the game? They don't get to decide what the things in their game mean. I mean, if in that case, then I guess that sucks for the people who think that things that aren't events are events and things that are events aren't events. They'll just miss out. And I guess too bad CIG uses different words. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's weird.
This year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering and
refining,
crafting, and all
social
of those
tools.
Features are going to be coming very, very
Quantum
soon
travel,
for players
hacking,
to get their hands on. And
all the
you know, I'm
things.
going to be honest, I'm not going to sit here and say that if I was to go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before.
That's
And the year before.
Yeah,
has
that's I think the whole reason they did this is they realized this CitizenCon Direct is not showing the stuff that they've made people think is important, and they want to sit down on camera and be like, we're still working on that stuff. But honestly, I think a lot of people just want the actual to see it and not just hear it. I'll say this. I think this was a disappointing part of CitizenCon Direct. I don't think it ruined it, didn't make it bad, but the lack of feature talk was it's definitely a bummer. And I'm hoping that we can get more of that through other mediums here shortly. Words are hard. Words are so hard, dude. Especially when you physicalize them in ice. Would be sad not earning important free loot that could be essential to gameplay, so I hope they change on that. Less about them changing on that and more about them just figuring out terms that make it clear to everyone. Maybe they need to ditch the word event. But yeah, the messaging behind it isn't clear. Whether or not it's MMO talk or like somebody else's talk or whatever, we need to find some words to help describe what the difference between an update that adds thing is and an event that just kind of pops off. Otherwise, people are going to think that the addition of Nyx is an event. I mean, it is an event, but it's not going away. It's still Nyx. It'll still be here.
I've said this before. I've said it internally. I've said it out there. I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of Star Citizen ever, and I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future, so I want to move us to the future. We've talked about story, we've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you. Right. You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously,
Kind of
you
been
get to
yelling at
interact
each other.
with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back.
So for anybody who doesn't know, Recco Battaglia is a mission giver that was in Nyx. She was originally introduced back in 3.0, I believe, 3.1, maybe around that time. And she gave you missions that generally were supposed to be related to mining. We actually didn't have mining in the game when she came in, so she would just kind of give you some random missions. But I imagine she's going to be a mining-focused mission giver in the Nyx system, hopefully in the first couple quarters of the next year.
And we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life. And as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game. And that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that Star Citizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving forward with every patch next year as well.
And remembering when mission givers were first introduced,
not much,
they sometimes became...
I feel like there's not much to say to that. Like, if they're working on it, yeah, you know, don't believe it till you see it, but also I'm not going to discredit it just because it's only being said. We can read the monthly reports. We know that they are working on this stuff, and we can keep track of that here on the stream. Every month, we will continue to do so. I'm not unlike many people. I want to actually see that progress in like video format or in game format or something. But the fact that those things weren't at CitizenCon isn't enough to convince me that they're not still being worked on. I just don't think it's the focus still. I think Squadron 42 is still the focus, and we are still seeing, unfortunately, the drop in Star Citizen development because of that. But I do think that there are still plenty of features being worked on for the game.
A bottleneck. Is there a role in instancing, which we learned about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years now, we've been building this giant, seamless, persistent universe where everybody can come in and play together. And it would be easy to have a first instinct reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that Star Citizen. But you mentioned last year these 3 pillars of building Star Citizen in the PU, and I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again, and how does instancing fit within the greater design of Star Citizen?
So the 3...
Wait, let me wrap it up. I'm going to say those 3 pillars are the ship sales, master modes. God, I don't even know what the third triggering term would be. But we're getting there. I'll get there some point.
3 pillars I mentioned last year were open world. That's just like the missions you love today. You can go and play, there's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way. And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only just you. We're going to have several different versions of instances. Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience. We'll be able for you to go in by yourself, for us to teach you the ropes in a safe environment.
That makes sense. They're going to instance the new player experience. So they'll probably drop you into the game in whatever situation you want. They'll probably let you choose multiple situations, and then you just kind of play in a game environment that nobody else is available in. Okay.
So that you can understand how to play the complex game that we've made. But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players and NPCs, and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that instancing is going to provide us. It's going to give us a tool to offer different dynamic content, or curated content, as I'd say. It allows us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't continue our open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full Star Citizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say Star Citizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into Star Citizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions.
See, now, there it is again. He's saying that. More robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We don't have mining missions. So this would be, I think, the third time during this CitizenCon where one person has specifically said that something is changing when it comes to mining. I don't want to get too much momentum behind the hype train for Nyx bringing in industrial gameplay, but it really does sound like they're trying to focus more on industrial as they get into the Nyx system. Recco Battaglia is a mining and industrial focused mission giver. Planet Tech V5 is supposed to change the way that minables are spawning. I can't remember who exactly it was, but somebody said there will be mining updates coming with the addition of Nyx. Rich is now mentioning that there is work on mining missions going on. Nyx itself is an industrial system, as far as we know. The sandbox activity is based around mining, even if there's combat involved. I think there's a lot of signs that we could actually see a pretty big year for industrial gameplay. What the factual what are you? This is not the way to get me to keep using your plugin, buddy boy. Yeah, I think there are plenty of reasons to consider mining, salvage, industrial gameplay in general might be taking a step up here soon.
To make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV, as well as ground vehicles, all the way up to the large capital ships. We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for Star Citizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Get it twinkling
All right.
in his eye.
So this has been a little bit of a talk from Rich about 1.0. And this whole discussion, I think, is best wrapped around 1.0. The idea of Star Citizen 1.0, the idea of Star Citizen in general, has slowly shifted in different ways throughout the years. And one of the biggest ways it is shifting at the moment is all this talk about instancing. We're going to go back and look at the actual talk they had about instancing and how they're looking to utilize it in the game. But this is pretty important. It's a pivotal thing for Star Citizen, considering how Star Citizen has been pitched in terms of its format. I think there's a lot of self-reflection that needs to be done here by the company, for sure, but also by like people very much like myself who maybe don't know what makes a good game. Maybe we've played many good games and we know what we enjoy, but we don't know all the definitions of the different parts of a format that it takes to make a game that's healthy and thriving. And instancing very much might be something you just can't get away from. It's something that a lot of people hoped CIG wouldn't need to use, and I think something people hope that they still don't use that widely. But over the years, I have definitely understood certain situations in which instancing would be necessary. And I can accept that there are parts of Star Citizen that won't work without it. What I think everybody is really wondering at this point is how much will it be used? And in which situations will it be used? Is it going to affect the economy and the way that things are moved back and forth between planets? Is it going to affect base building? Is it going to affect your ability to jump into a fleet battle to help the random person that you just happened to see fighting a fleet battle and maybe needed some help? There's a lot of questions surrounding it that I don't think get answered in this CitizenCon, so I'm not willing to put out huge conclusions about whether it's ruining the game or not. But it's certainly something to watch, and it'll be probably one of the most important parts of this game to watch in 2026. Just jumping back in chat real quick, because I did miss a little bit of the last chat around the events thing. Arctic Wolf had said event in an MMO is temporary. I can't think of any game where they would call a permanent edition an event. And somebody else had said something. I can't remember what it was. Just make it plain talk. Say that a new activity is permanent and you can take your time to explore it. Dude, I think that's what they've been doing. Hold on. Like if you look at these, there's one point specifically. They've kind of been hinting at this, but if you go to, I think it's here. If we come in here and we see what Elliot was saying.
Question what they're seeing.
So I want to be clear here. Stormbreaker isn't an event, and it's not a mission. It is a sandbox activity. It will be persistent. It will keep happening. Every single patch, you can come back and you can run this over and over and over again, just like you can the Align and Mine sandbox activity.
Can you f***ing believe that he got mocked for saying this? Like it's actually what you're saying in chat. Just to read the message again. Just make it plain talk. Say that a new activity is permanent and you can take your time to explore it. They actually did that in the video content earlier this year, and still, like the Twitter feed that I made, where I called out the idea of what an event is versus a sandbox activity, happened after this. People don't give a f what CIG says about their own stuff. People want to call it what they want, and they don't want to accept if there's something else that's going on. He can literally say here, it's not an event, and people will still say that doesn't matter because what you say is an event is not an event, and therefore we'll call it an event. And somehow they have to get past that. I don't know how. It seems to be impossible, but if they release something in the game, people are going to call it an event no matter what. Do you think Nyx will be a test bed for base building before a future wipe and being taken to another star system? I hope so. I think that's a bit of an out there kind of hope, but I hope that it's not going to be the way that they're talking about, yeah. You think they mentioned turning things on to get things running at the sites in the Nyx missions they mentioned could be the precursor for engineering. That's true, Sky. Every studio has unique names for various types of events they put in their games, but they are still events. Destiny 2, WoW, East, SO, Warframe, they all have permanent events. But they're literally begging their player base to not call these events. like dude, how hard if somebody was making a government and they started out this government and they were like, hey, this isn't going to be called a street, this is going to be called a path, and then somebody goes and like starts committing crimes on it, and they're like, well, this isn't illegal on streets, it's only illegal on paths, and this is a street, and they're like, no, that's a path. It's on the person who's like who didn't make the rules to come to an understanding that I've accepted that I'm part of this community. Maybe I should communicate like the community communicates. I get there being some confusion, but like when it's gotten to the point where the company has to put out a video and be like, hey guys, this isn't what this is. You're not, this is, don't think of it this way. I think people need to start to swallow their pride and just go with the flow. It's an activity. It'll always be there. It's a good way to remember it.
But what about us?
But yeah, that was like you were saying, they did use some plain speech, but I guess the vocabulary that they use, maybe I'm being confusing here. I believe that people should probably learn the vocabulary they're using here. An event is something that might be limited in time. A sandbox activity is something that's permanent. But obviously, it does end up falling to CIG to figure out how to convince people. And whether that means banging it into their head for years and years until they get it, or it means changing their words up, I don't know. But something's going to have to be figured out here so that people can actually understand what they're getting into when Star Citizen puts out new content. Now, where is that instancing bit? Here it is. Comprehension implies listening. You can't tell which one they are failing at if they don't comprehend. That's fair. You can only print so many words on a book. You'd be amazed if those people who complain even watch these videos. I mean, Valis, there are folks in chat who are actively saying that CIG isn't saying these things when they are. It's unfortunately an always losing battle. That being said, let's continue. We've got more instancing talk here. This is really their main segment about instancing and how they want to use it in the game. So for the sake of the folks who are wondering, is Star Citizen 1.0 about to be split into a whole bunch of instances like the original pitch of the game? Or are they going to keep doing this? I think this is where they just tried to give a couple minutes to reassure folks and let them know, hey, you are going to get protected gameplay. Don't worry. Not everything's going to be an open arena for people to shoot you. You will have places where you can just play this game unbothered. We don't need private servers. We just need instances. And I think that's what they're going for here. Unfortunately, that has made people think that that's all they're doing, but they're not.
But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any...
Wait, did he just call Benoit Benji? Is that a thing?
Content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance.
Benoit. I actually missed this when we the camera angle too. Oh my god. That's an emote. I missed that the first time, man. Benoit, dude.
It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But
I heard questions about that earlier this year when the idea of the ASD facilities being instanced started to pop up more in the community. People were like, okay, cool, the area is instanced, but what about when I'm flying there? And what he's confirming here is like, yeah, you might have a favorite place where you go do some gameplay, but once you get out into the world to travel to those places, you still have to deal with the dangers of the world. And that's when I think they could really just kind of splice in a clip, a reminder that there will be high security systems where you're not always in danger. Whatever we experience in Stanton right now is so far distant from what we'll probably see in Terra and Castra. And then on top of that, if they're adding in these gameplay scenarios and landing zones and cities and underground facilities, the thinking would be that you don't have to fly between planets and stuff to go play gameplay. You could just stay in that general location and avoid the risk if you're in a more dangerous system.
at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other, it's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently.
I wonder if they'll have instances that incorporate just a spaceship. So you could be playing on like a quote unquote single player instance of a large capital ship controlled by NPCs where you're playing as like the engineer or the turret gunner or something. So you don't have to fly around. You could still get to take part in those things, but it's fairly protected and you don't have to depend on the NPCs to fight off possible players if they do attack.
Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Oh yeah, that last thing, the tactical groups thing, definitely. Yeah, I think instancing makes sense there, for sure.
Event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of origin. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you in a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers because basically the Ninetales have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control.
Such obnoxious lieutenants.
So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, as long as each of these instances is literally a server, a dynamic server, this isn't that different from dynamic server meshing. They're just using the dynamic server mesh to allow for different game spaces. Look, I think the reason a lot of people have problems with this is because Star Citizen has always been a game that's been based around what happens if the verse is all connected. If there is the risk, the protection, the ability to find new players and interesting situations, if everything is thrown together in one pot. I don't think that instancing takes that away from the game, but I do think that the way it's implemented could diminish it. Does that diminishing, again, take away from the game? Maybe a little bit, but I don't think it kills the spirit of what makes this Star Citizen, as long as they're not instancing everything, you know? It's good to have some closed off places where you can curate the gameplay and know exactly what you're getting the players into. It's also great to have a lot of different places where things can just kind of happen. And it all depends on how they implement it, but I don't think that they're unaware of the fact that that's a pretty important part of Star Citizen. I mean, Benoit is already basically saying it here in this video.
Orison 2-star Citizen, and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Using a lot of those new guns for this.
Yes, and while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Orison, and more will reveal next year, we'll continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026 and what it means.
Okay, so that's about the municipal works. We'll touch on that. We'll actually finish up this whole thing on that. I'm not going to have time to jump in game for the spaceships, but hopefully this is a good impromptu talking stream on a Wednesday. We're going to talk about the municipal works here in a second. That went from Levski or RCorp to Levski. But that was really a talk about instancing and a look at how like the overall format's going to work for 1.0. It doesn't diminish server meshing, in my opinion. It sounds like it actually, server meshing makes it more easy, but it certainly means that the format of the game will be different than what a lot of people were thinking. And this is something they've been hinting at over the years, so I think they just wanted to come out and make it very certain for everybody at this point. There will always be problems that players will inevitably use in instancing to escape PvP. So where and how it's implemented is very important. Fair. The term timed event is a thing, though. In MMOs, we distinguish story campaign missions from activities by calling activities events. Decades of MMO gaming culture versus CIG's hubris. By calling activities events. So, wait. Okay. So, like, if Destiny adds an expansion, do people call it an event? Like what was it? The Crypt King or whatever the heck they call it. Whenever there's like a new DLC added to MMOs, aren't they? They're not called events, right? They're just additions. I don't get what the argument here is. Are you saying that CIG should call these things events? Or that they should call them extended events? Or that you're saying I should be okay with people calling them events because they should be calling everything else timed events. So the problem in your opinion is that things like Resource Rush and Siege of Orison are not explicitly being called timed events by CIG. They're just being called dynamic events or events. We're still missing security and individual player reputation, both of which would be helpful for non-instance bases. Hell yeah. Security would be great to have in this game. You wonder if ArcCorp will see a new facelift with Genesis? No. They want it to, but it's going to be a little while. You left for 30 minutes and we're still on this. Actually, William, you just missed 30 minutes of something else. I just caught up with chat. What kind of facelift can it get? It's a massive city. There's no planetary features on it. That's the facelift it needs. Gotta get that, the actual changes. All right, let's listen to the Municipal Works. I don't think there's much really to talk about with the Municipal Works, to be honest. It's a 3-minute video.
For progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
Say bye, ArcCorp.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and, more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working.
Yeah, this is one of those places where I'm saying it would be cool if they added multi-person necessary components to move in order to get things up and running again.
Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to
It's also the showers.
It is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you
Guys, this is literally building interiors. Or this is underground facilities combined with building interiors. You can go back and find exactly where they reference this stuff. Listen to this. Same guy, too. This is Ian Leyland, again, presenting them almost the same idea.
didn't go into some sort of organic locations as part of the underground facility. So this could be excavation zones or areas where it'd been abandoned. This could lead into cave networks. This was something we had quite a bit of fun with. So how do we actually take the player from being in this fairly well-established industrial location to a cave? There needs to be some form of transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or, you know, would the roads kind of peter out? And as part of the roads, you know, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through, something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, you know, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also, if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also
that's just one place where Ian was talking about kind of where they were headed in terms of those spaces under a city. But again, here is yet another update from, again, Ian Leyland, who focuses on art, talking about how this factors into building interiors.
Now, finally, we're going to talk about the underground. Now, this is, I think, one of the coolest spaces. So rather than just focusing on the positive axis of the building, we're going to look at the underground. Now, what this does, it means we can access a whole area of play space that doesn't need to be contained inside the building. So within a lobby, we want the player to start to traverse down into these spaces, and these could be underground transit networks. They could be abandoned underground transit networks. This then could drive potential racing opportunities. So when we was doing this, we thought, oh, it'd be really cool. Like, what would it look like if there's an underground street race going on there? Also, there could be traversal opportunities. Like I said before, if the player wanted to go into one building, down, and then through, and then up into another building, what would that traversal network be like? Especially if we're thinking about, if it's an older part of the underground of a city, maybe it's less used, you know.
So yeah, clearly that was part of their plans this whole time.
You do will unlock
now we're
a
just
new
seeing it
area
applied to the real
that will
game.
link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's going to allow players to return back to it at different states, depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at, and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them in faster and faster times as well.
Yeah, it's basically what they described from the Municipal Works last year.
That's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay? Is that
all right? Okay. Thank you, Ian. Last little bit I want to go over today with you guys is actually
a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with and where you want to settle down and build your home.
So, Planet Tech.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows...
They've clearly done a
Great
lot with
detail,
this.
of scale, and allows us to create far more unique locations across the planet.
It's looking really solid.
Vast quantities
and I think everybody was pretty impressed by like what they showed us during this showcase. But as is the case, the developers are not sitting around after this kind of thing. We actually have a couple of updates here from the lead man working on Genesis Planet Tech and the rendering engines stuff overall, Ali Brown. He's been answering a few questions here on Spectrum. I thought she came in here with her little horn and I thought she was going to do a little party blow, but then she just...
That's all you get.
Just a real quick one, huh? Thank you. Yeah, there it is. Tons of excitement. That was party energy. So, Ali Brown has given us a couple updates on Planet Tech just based off of what questions people were asking. Really, the devs do answer stuff on the forums here and there, but it depends on which dev is on the forum and what kind of questions being asked. There were 3 questions that were asked around Genesis, and Ali Brown had answers for all of them, so I'll give you guys a little read through here of what he had to say. First was a question regarding Nyx 1. They're basically asking, how are you couching the fact that Nyx is such a beautiful planet in the same lore that was said that it was too hard to terraform and had too little value for long-term habitation? Ali Brown answered here by saying, hi, as the graphics director, I can't answer this question on the lore of Nyx, but I can say that we're still developing and testing the tech, and so what you saw of Nyx 1 is potentially subject to change in terms of the final styling and ecosystems. So maybe based off of just that, there is the chance that Nyx 1 is just being used as a test bed and will change at some point, but I kind of doubt it. To introduce this planet as the planet it is and then not have it remain as that in the future, it doesn't necessarily sound unreal to me. It just sounds less likely. But again, I'm sympathetic to the whole lore thing behind Nyx and the reason for Nyx existing because of the lore and all that stuff. I'm actually going to have the Astropub on the Launch Sequence podcast this weekend, and we're going to have a whole talk about it. We're going to talk about Nyx, what it means for the game, how it feels like they're approaching this third system, but also very importantly, the rage over the lore changes and kind of just why it's even important in any way. You have to be excited for the quickies, man. Enjoy it while you got it. They released 2 systems in 1 year, and there are 2 more systems planned to be in the game at 1.0. They are progressing at dynamic meshing. They have said multiple times that all the features work mentioned in the past is still progressing. It's just stuff that they've talked about already and didn't need to mention again. You talking about CitizenCon? Nyx is completely empty. No planets, no missions, nothing, only Levski. Why would I go there? Sir, what were you expecting from Nyx before? I am actually genuinely curious. All the people who are angry that Nyx won't have its planets in when it comes in, like what were your hopes for the planets to produce in terms of content that Levski and the asteroid belt wouldn't? You're expecting planets, but what were you expecting to do on those planets? I can understand. I mean, I'm plenty disappointed that the system won't be finished going in, But for me, I'm more disappointed by the fact that they haven't done the work to finish the system. As far as what I'm actually going to experience in Nyx, I genuinely don't know what people were hoping to get from the Nyx system outside of Delamar. Prior to, I guess, this CitizenCon, where they told us that the planet was going to be impressive. A system? It sounds like they're still bringing in the star system. It's just the 2 planets that won't be there. Or the 3 planets. Looks to me like it's going to have a ton of content that is more space-based. You didn't even think about Nyx even being in the PU until next year. Before 4.0 and before they started doing all this content stuff, I actually didn't think there was going to be any sort of storyline when Nyx came into the game. I thought they were just going to focus on making it really helpful for mining, which I think they can still do without the planets. I don't think the planets are really taking a lot away from what it was supposed to be. We wanted to breed that high-quality Nyx O2. Hey man, don't discredit the People's Alliance. They do hard work to get that O2 in this space station. Curious if they're building out a star system building tool since they have 97 to go. They're not going to hit 100 systems, man. I don't believe that's going to happen. Maybe it does, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they're going to. The lore needs to explain why Levski would be the biggest landing zone when Nyx is right there. That's fair. I'll give you that. They're going to have to come up with some swinging lore to make that make sense. For you, the lore thing can be changed, modified, or whatever CIG wants to do. We are talking about a product series. They're not out yet, so stories can be changed. At the current rate of progress, Castor is coming in 3 years at the earliest. If Nyx is coming out, this bare bones Terra will take them forever. That doesn't really... I might have jumped into the middle of this conversation. I don't know what Castor and Terra have to do with Nyx, but... maybe it does take them a while. We could... I mean, the current rate of progress, like... Stanton took them 2014, I think it was, until 2021. Stanton took them 7 years to get all of the planetary bodies in. Pyro took them, I think they started in 2019-ish, 2020, 2019, 2018, and they got it in 2025. Stanton took them 7 years. Pyro took them 6 years. Maybe Castor took them 5. I don't know, man. To go by the current rate of progress it's not going to give you an accurate prediction. Nyx was supposedly done 3 years ago. I don't know where you're hearing that. I feel like you can't just like throw stuff out. Come with receipts if you're going to say stuff like that. Case in point, I don't really think that that's going to affect Nyx all that much if it's not going to have the 3 planets in at first. And maybe you were making a different point. I might have missed the previous chat here. But I don't think that Nyx losing its planets is going to take away much from the Nyx system. At least as far as what their plans have been up until just now with Genesis. It's been 2 years since you last played SC. You've been playing for 5 days and having a good time, but you still haven't visited Pyro. It's not a ton of reason to go there, to be honest. Unless you just want to, like, get a different vibe. They don't want to deal with Nyx only having Levski as the only social spot. They did say they're going to have more. They said Levski is just the first one. Star Citizen Live Planet content QA minute 53:29. All right, we can get a little distracted for a cool minute. Oh, that's when they said the planets were done. Well, clearly they're not. Like at some point there, somebody was like, hey, we're going to update the planets. So they're making the next planets differently. But let's see. Planet content QA. 53 minutes, 29 seconds, man. I appreciate the timestamp for once.
Experience than in years past because of that.
Okay.
You mentioned Nyx. I'm not going to let you off from that. What can you tell us, if anything, about your work on Nyx?
Yeah, we did work on that. Like lots of work. Looks pretty good. You know, it's like we still have to do like one final polish pass on it. But yeah, before server meshing isn't ready. Yeah, it's not us holding that back, I think.
Is Nyx being
sorry,
created?
Is that too much?
No. Is
Okay.
Nyx being created with the same planet tech tools that the other planets and moons are?
Yes. Yeah.
Is Nyx a perfectly round thing, or how does it differ? It seems like it would.
Delamar,
it
not
might be
Nyx.
different.
Come on, Jared.
Go ahead. If you say anything like anybody gets mad at, they'll get mad at me, not you.
Are you asking about Delamar? So like
Yeah.
Nyx is a system. Right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm speaking of Delamar specifically.
Right. Yeah. Every now and then we get asked to see if we can't make a non-spherical planet, and we try, and then something breaks horribly, and then we say we can't. So I think it's going to be a little bit less spherical than it is right now, and it was Delamar was before. But it's not going to look like a potato, unfortunately.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah. So the Planet Tech team, folks, felt like their work was pretty much done on the planets back then. And clearly somebody else came in and said, no, it's not. You know what? In that case, don't trust the things that the lower down devs say. And I do think that's part of why it's kind of a bummer. This is part of why they're doing what they did in 2025, where they don't have Star Citizen Lives, they don't have interviews with these devs, they don't talk about these things more casually with the folks, because then they do say stuff like this, and it leads to annoyance, people being frustrated and pissed off. You're absolutely right. This guy sat on camera and said, we're pretty much done with the planets of Nyx, and now we're sitting here a few years later, and they're clearly still working on Nyx with different tech. So the question at that point is, would you prefer if the devs said what they were working on like this on camera and were potentially wrong? Or would you prefer if CIG did what they're doing this year in 2025 and just don't share any of it until the point when they're ready and they're not wrong? Personally, I like having them in front of camera to say this stuff. It does lead to us having things that we can get disappointed in when they don't meet those goals. And that takes some caveats to remember that the things can change. But I'm not really going to blame this guy for saying that he did the work on the planets and then a few years later the planets have to get more work done because somebody else in the company decided they want to update the Planet Tech. That is definitely an annoyance with Star Citizen. Overall, I'll give you that. They say stuff and it changes over time, and that's pretty annoying. But I still don't think that really changes the way that Nyx is being delivered. I don't think not having the planets at 4.4 is going to change the fact that 4.4 has Delamar, Levski, it has the content in space, it has what I would hope would be the differing minerals and the reasons to go to a star system, and a different experience from the landing zone. You know, it doesn't add anything, but you'd love to see northern and southern lights. Just spaceships blowing up in the distance, really. That's how you can get it. You believe the devs are right and they changed direction to get the new planet tools in, which is clearly a C-suite decision. And I get why that frustrates people. The problem with Star Citizen has always been that the force that is driving the actual development of the game is not always in tune with the people who are actually making the game. So expectations go out of whack, The predictions are completely off. The things that are said are annoying. I think that's why Chris is less in front of the camera. And it's why they have devs like this less in front of the camera. And it's a bummer. It's like a product of bad open development practices. And it's frustrating. I hear you on that. You think they were finished because they showed some of Nick's back off in 2021? Listen, Pyro was also supposed to come out in 2020. If Pyro had come out in 2020, it would have been so much worse than the 50% of the system we got now. So I can empathize with that for sure. There's a huge difference between, oh yeah, you got the planets done versus, well, all of the things that are supposed to be on the planets are actually running and working. Main thing they need to have is the asteroid belt. Things to do in the asteroid belt, yeah. You try not to let these conversations get to you, but for those of us that were at Levski, did it look like the one we saw at CitizenCon? Nope, so they changed things and grow up shouldn't QQ. Kind of the same. You don't want to kill the mood, you're sorry, just frustrated, still look forward to next year, especially the trench run. Dude, you don't have to say you're sorry. It's fine to have frustrations. They have their own security. It's just that it's not supported by the UEE. Yeah, the Alliance of People, whatever their name is, they have security too. Let's continue on with these Ali Brown updates. I want to get to this so we can get cooking in the other room, folks. There was another question. There were several questions, actually. Somebody asked here, are you confident that Genesis can be used to make R-Corp look different? Roads, are there any progress on getting roads into the game? Farmlands, how about that? And what will happen if I crash a large ship into the woods? Ali Brown answers in order. Honestly, no. It's been designed to build worlds from natural rule sets, grass and stuff, but most of it isn't applicable to R-Corp. However, some of the foundational tech of Genesis might allow future improvements to R-Corp because under the hood, it allows for more complex rule sets driven and efficient spawning of objects at multiple scales on a regular grid. So like city block generation could fit well, but would need extra work. So R-Corp is, guys, I think it's going to be a ways off an R-Corp update. Likely why they decided to remove the municipal works from there, and honestly, it's not sounding great. I thought R-Corp would get an update much sooner than it sounds like they're planning on. I think it's going to be years though, from what it sounds like they're saying here. Seems like there's too much redoing assets that were completed or near completed. Perhaps. Really, Star Citizen players have been playing in a placeholder for a long time. I don't think the actual PU started to be truly built until just the last couple of years. I mean, even the bunkers, which are mainly used as FPS locations, were just made to allow for a demo that took place in 2018. And then they were like, hey, we made it. Let's keep making missions that take us to these locations across the game. So kind of, yeah, a lot of the game is very much placeholder. Ali's next answer to the question about roads is that not yet. Genesis is the Planet Tech feature in development. It's the only Planet Tech feature in development. After that, it's up to Chris, but my gut is more varied weather may trump roads. Interesting that Ali thinks that. I wonder what weather they would go for. Obviously, they're working on rain and thunderstorms, but maybe they're talking about dust storms and stuff like that. Third answer. We've never been asked about farmlands once, actually. Often we have to scour the corners of Earth for references to get away from farming. It's something I'll have to ask the creative director, though, so probably not in any way considered. Fourth answer. If nobody sees you crash, then didn't it really happen? For a more useful answer, currently the answer is no, because ships crashing doesn't really modify much. But what we'd love in the future is for terrain modifiers to be spawned by the impact, which would remove the trees and adjust the terrain. People have asked about this. Will ships take out trees when they crash land? Right now, no. But he's at least saying that they'd love to in the future. That's not a guarantee it will happen, but possible. This would be visible from quite a far way out with Genesis. Such terrain modifiers already exist, but they aren't currently created dynamically as there's a lot of performances and network considerations to address first. So they could deform the ground and take out trees. It's just not quite working that way in the game yet. That's really interesting. I didn't really think we'd have destructible trees in this game, to be honest. All right, the final premise, or the final place where Ali Brown was put to the test with some questions, asked several different things. Talking about accumulinopolises like R-Corp, if planets are modeled by data, with agriculture and city combined or included, is it able to handle more exotic scenarios, like Saturn's moon Titan has a rocky core, crust of ice, and subsurface layer of ammonia-rich liquid water? Does the new rock scattering algorithm model glaciers? What is the engine modeling behind the scenes? Okay, all of this gets largely answered by Ali in one long answer. Let me get into it. He says, hi. Parameus's reply is broadly correct. Genesis models natural rules at a fine scale, such as deciding which plants will grow where and how rocks are distributed based on large-scale geological data sets. And then it allows the results to be viewed from orbit. But the actual source of data is largely up to the artists to decide. And although they may use simulation and procedural tools to aid this, they can still basically draw continents wherever they please and pick the temperature at any specific location. I would love for somebody to do this for me on Civ. Love a good civilization map, you know? Vegetation uses rules based on soil quality, temperature, humidity, light availability, competition, reproductive rate, and more. It's kind of insane. All of that just to model a tree or a plant in a space sim is f***ing crazy. But anyways, lower quality soil or cool temperatures are likely factors of fewer trees, saying that trees will dominate if the conditions are correct. Also, we pick per planet which species are available, so each planet will have unique combination. For the rocks being scattered, the artists generate rock aggregate size maps, geology type maps, and soil depth maps. The offline simulations for these use erosion and weathering to determine how the rocks and soil are broken down and transported. The runtime algorithm then combines these data sets procedurally and scatters the rocks based on the combined results. So, rocks are going to scatter differently. Listen, there's a lot that we're going to discover about Genesis, probably when it comes out. They can only show us and tell us about so much, but I am very excited to get into the game whenever they do drop Nyx 1 in and get a better idea of how differently the planet creation works with a one-to-one comparison to the planets in Pyro, which are the most recent versions they've made. I think getting to see that side by side is actually going to lead to a lot more appreciation of what they've done with Genesis. But folks, that's about it. That's what we know for Planet Tech. There's a little update for you. Follow up to CitizenCon. Hope you enjoyed. Besides that, we are going to wrap things up here. I know I said that I wanted to get into the game and show you guys some of the new ships. Looks like we'll probably have to do that on Friday. Or at some point. I don't know, there's a lot to go over right now, and I can't stream every day because we're doing a lot of video work in the background. But we'll get to those ships at some point, hopefully by the time they're not already old in everybody's minds. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and got some information. Did I not answer your question? What was your question? You can type it again, I'll check it out. Arcor gets its own Genesis that should be named Neo Genesis. Urban Genesis. Metropolinesis. Echinopolisis. I don't know. Are they still planning for lightning in space, or is that only something they work on? Thank you very much. No, I believe that's still planned. Whoa! Cubit! Hell yeah, dude. Cubit with the 10 subs! And there's me blowing out your eardrums. Cubit out here actually refreshing the Toes Gang right as we're about to finish. Thank you so much, dude. Did it on Twitch, so I'm not even gonna erase the name. My man's already got his spot secured up here. Dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you for coming in and dropping like a surprise blessing of support before we get out of here. Much love to you, Cuban. I hope you're having a great day. If you guys just got that gifted to you, by the way, take advantage of it, please. Add it to Discord. Make sure Discord knows that you are getting a sub on Twitch or you're a supporter here. You get access to our live podcast or podcasts early. I will be having one with the Astropub, and I will be having the Astropub in here with a couple of the guests. I haven't had confirmation yet, but we're going to do another Citizen Central this weekend. Just talking about the general direction of Star Citizen. Is it going too instanced? Is there too much PvP? Is Nyx unfinished? Where are they going from here? I'm going to get 4 different creators to have a roundtable discussion about that on Saturday. And then we're going to talk with the Astropub about Nyx and its lore and all that stuff on Friday. If you do get a subscription or something from a lovely person like Cubins, gifting it in chat, you can join us live for those podcasts. You can talk to our guests, ask questions, or you can listen to it early if you didn't get to make it to the live show. They come out on Monday, but you get the whole weekend to listen to them. We just had a great talk with Luke Stevens, and actually some of the supporters got a chance to ask some cool questions about that stuff during the meantime. So thank you for that, Cuban, and thank you everybody for being here. It's been a great time. We're going to head over to the cooking stream, cook some Turkish pizza, as they call it. It's better known as lahmacun. Don't get it mixed. And me and Mrs. Tomato are going to be chilling, having a good time, sharing some drinks with you, conversating about things. We can just keep talking about Star Citizen, to be honest, if you guys would like to. But in general, Wednesday afternoons are our chance to just chill with the community and have a good old time looking at food. Do a new video with Astropub about systems lore. Keep an eye out for our next Wednesday stream next week. I'm going to see what I can make happen. I don't know what his schedule is, but I do want to have another chance where we can go over this stuff together. Anyways, thanks again, everybody, for being here. I hope you enjoyed this extra review of CitizenCon. Today is going to wrap up that review. I will probably be jumping into this stuff, of course, much more over the next several months, because that's just what I do. Probably too much. But I'm going to make sure you guys get some fresh content next week. We won't be going back to CitizenCon here over and over again. Just keep an eye out for like the references and stuff. I'm going to send you all over to Mrs. Tomato. And then I will see you guys over there, literally, in a couple minutes. Thanks again, though. If you had good conversations with people in chat today, I hope you come back and try them again. If you had bad conversations, I'm sorry. We try to keep it pretty easygoing. Obviously, things get a little heated with debate, but I hope that the next time will be better for you. Either way, you're always welcome. Come join us again on another day. Thanks for being here. Have a great day. Eat something you love. Do something you love. Give somebody a hug. Treat yourselves well. You're good people. You deserve it. And I will see you all on Friday. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Oh yeah, hit the link in the chat if you'd like to join us.